Skibidi Toilet has arrived. New Skibidi Toilet object. Powerful enemies. Thrilling battles. Protect the base. Use WoW's powerful creation tools and build defense towers to your heart's content. Engage in intense battles. Various defense towers. Earn points in battle. Unlock more defense towers. Tons of strategies. Epic battles. Play now.
Good afternoon and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue our journey in the PUBG Mobile Super League for the European region, as we are on the hunt for the best teams across Europe and Turkey to see who will be representing the region at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. My name is David Sandstrom, this is Blank, and today is day 2 of the knockout stage of PMSL EU. And so far, we've been having a lot of fun. We've been seeing Rondo for the first time. We've seen all kinds of chaos and carnage. And you know why I'm very happy today? You know why I'm smiling so much right now? Because we have 2 Rondos today. Let's go!
I know you were happy, but I knew you were going to say it as well. I felt it coming. I mean, it's double Rondos, which is going to be a lot of elims today, potentially. A lot of elims. And we saw yesterday Jetgo get a ton. I think they got 9 elims on their Rondo. They got 0 placement points. You know, their early game was good. The late game, pretty bad. But they got a lot of points off it, though, right? One team that didn't get so many points was Boars, who almost ended the day with 0 points. Sandstorm.
Yeah, that they did, and they did make up for it in the. I mean, I say make up for it. I say make up for it, but they really really didn't. I am on some copium right now. If I believe that 8 points was really making up for it, it really wasn't.
Yeah.
You're talking about an average of 2 points per game. Yes, we have 5 matches per day, but it's 4 games that every single group and every single team plays. Yeah, it's that's some copium. But no, they need like 40 plus points to make up for whatever we saw from them yesterday, because that was atrocious from the second place team. And another team that suffered was IW Next Rüya. They were also number 3 in the group stage, and then just 15 points in the first 4 matches as well for them. So, yeah,
off the map a little bit.
It's rough.
I think the case is right now is that we have a lot of good players spread across a lot of good teams now. It used to be beforehand where you would have like a few teams with very, very good rosters, like all 4 players. But we switched things around a bit. People have been moving in and out all over the place, which is cool to see. But it has also left some teams without their star players, some teams that are struggling now to make it work whilst they rearrange the roster. I mean, S2G right now are definitely in that position where since getting Sol K in, it's been a bit weird.
A bit. Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely a case of Boars didn't make it up yesterday. But
they did not. You're
a kind guy.
Clarify.
You're a kind guy.
I'm very kind. I'm trying to be nice. You know, they're already looking at getting eliminated from the competition if they don't make it as the top 16 teams or one of the top 16 teams out of the 20 that are currently competing. Yes, we finished the league stage. It was 3 groups of 8 teams per group, and it was 6 matches per day, having 2 groups play every single day. Top 20 from this 24 teams made it to the knockout stage, which is where we are right now in day 2. 5 matches every single day. 4 teams, or rather 4 groups, will be playing every single game. So one of the groups will be dipping out every game, and we'll be having those kind of swaps coming in. And then, of course, when it comes to the finals, it is going to be the 16 teams that qualify over the next day or 2. 6 matches per day for the finals. That's what we're used to for PMSL EU. And of course, the Smash rule,
which will be happening over in the grand finals only, not during the knockout stages. But let's say you finished on 100 points day 2, it'll be 110 to cross that line. And then if you get yourself a chicken dinner, you will be smashing. It will be smashing, and it will be amazing because you'll win the whole tournament just off the back of that. I think for a lot of our tournaments so far over the past year or so, we've not seen a huge amount of Smash rulings come through. A lot of it has come down to the final game. Though, there has been a lot of times where on that final game, someone has hit the Smash target and gone from like a 4th place to a 1st, which is always fun to see. But here is our match calendar for the day. We finished out yesterday, the 17th. We're here today on the 18th. You weren't keeping up with your calendar, which I know that sometimes I don't. I'm like, what day is it? But there you go. We'll be starting out Rondo onto Erangel, Miramar, Rondo, and Erangel to finish. I quite like today. I think Miramar sometimes can drag, but I think this is a nice change-up. But I think that might only be because I've watched Miramar for like 100 million games at this point.
I agree. Listen. Me and you went through I want to say a very slow game and a very slow day yesterday. Not just in the last Miramar we had. I want to say in a couple of Erangels, specifically the one Papara SuperMassive got towards the end of the day. I think that was the one where it took us like 14 minutes to get a single elimination in Erangel. Miramar also took 10 plus minutes to for us to see that first little bit of action in the game. So yeah, I can understand the struggle that is Miramar and how long it takes for us to get into the nitty-gritty things, all the fights, all the skirmishes that we want to see. It does take some time, but yeah, we only get the one. It's in the middle of the day, but we get double Erangel and double Rondo. So you know what? Yeah, I think today looks like that's my ideal schedule. You know, I like it. Double Rondo, double Erangel, and 1 Miramar. I'm very happy with that.
It's a high-octane day. Here are groups. You have Group A with Papara SuperMassive being the #1 team there to look out for. Group B, we're looking more over towards Ida, and I'd say the TheNoisyBoys a little bit there. For Group C right now, Team Falcons aren't doing terribly. Anorthosis Famagusta, they're showing up now and again. BRA yesterday started out very, very strong, and Fenerbahçe were able to claw back some kind of a lead. And Group E, you do have Regnum Carya, that everyone is expecting to do a little bit better right now, but I think we discussed yesterday struggling a little bit because it's very different from the international stage, and there are some moments where they get caught out because they're like, why are you playing here? It makes no sense.
Yeah, there was a couple of times we spotted them out in yesterday's games, questioning what they were doing in certain positions. But Regnum Carya at the moment, the position they are in, to let you guys know, it is 23 points, currently sitting at 9th place, tied with Fenerbahçe. Fenerbahçe, who had an incredible run in the group stage, struggling a little bit in the survival stage. But at the moment, the goal for all the teams and the goal for all the players is to make sure that they are within that 16 threshold. And speaking of thresholds, I think we're looking at 70, 80 for this one. When it comes to qualification to the grand finals of the competition. Last time we were about like 4 points off. I'm hoping we're a little bit closer this time.
I think we might be a little bit further off than potentially we calculated yesterday, just because I think with Rondo and also some teams just being very, very good, there might be a bit of a points vacuum at the top right now, because I am looking down towards the bottom of the tables. I think I'd love it if it was like, 60, 70, but I'm thinking maybe it might even be lower than that at this rate, but we'll wait and see. It depends how today goes. I think we'll have a clearer picture of it going into day 3. But yeah, I think that trying to take into account Rondo is the big thing right now for me and you, where there's a lot of eliminations to be gathered in that, and that can ultimately really skew the points.
Yeah, and we saw, I would say, different strategies that teams have adapted. We've seen one of the teams drop in a completely different location, send the trio together to play for the eliminations, and then they never got eliminated. They barely got any eliminations, but they got together and they ended up top 2. I believe that was XSlay that struggled at the beginning of the game that time, but they got second place. They weren't able to get that chicken dinner, and we also weren't able to get 2 flight paths yesterday. We've seen it once so far. It's not that high a chance, but I want to see the double paths.
Yeah, well, I mean, looking at the percentages of the chance, we have 3 rondos so far, so it's statistically likely we'll see at least 1 today, which I do hope for. But yeah, that is very interesting. It means that the entire map a lot of times can be completely covered, which means that rotations do get a little bit dangerous towards that early game and somewhat difficult to understand where players are coming from, because usually a lot of times the playing path is very, very important, especially in a lot of other games, of where potential players will be coming from. When you add a second playing path to the mix, suddenly you've got to keep track of where teams might be in the plane and then where they're dropping on the map. There's a lot to think about there. So I think for a lot of teams, that's where the recall system comes in, or it gives you that slight second chance when that does come through.
Yeah, and when it comes to the plane paths, from what we've seen throughout PMSL EU, this split so far, there's been, when it comes to Erangel, there's a lot of southern plane paths towards the military island, but I think we've only had 1 military island finish so far. When it comes to Miramar, there's been a decent bit when it's like south, southeast, and there's a decent bit of water in there as well. We've seen a couple of those in Erangel too, so they haven't really been the easiest games for these players as well. It's been quite difficult, but entertaining for us, so we'll take it.
Yeah, very entertaining. I think the southern plane paths are always the worst there on Erangel, where we had that game yesterday. I think it was the second or first. I think it was the first. Yeah, first Erangel of the day, where we had the plane path on the south side, and then it just shifted north up towards Center Island on Rozhok. So not only did we have a rough start to the game, you also had a rough decision to make of where you wanted to play next. So I do think that teams weren't too happy with that one. And it was a little bit of one of those games where you thought to yourself, it's slightly dumb luck, right? And I think for BRA, that was definitely the case, where they were able to get 26 points off that first game. And then you can see here, they didn't really get all that many throughout the rest of the day. I think that's 11 total over the 3 other games. And I do think the BRA were on the right side of the circle. They had a lot of space to clear. S2G were completely thwarted by Shockwave's push. So I'm curious. So I'm definitely curious what BRA does today, Sandstorm, because for me, it's one of those things where if they don't perform today, then we're pretty much confirming that it was dumb luck on day 1.
I mean, they did start off strong, like you mentioned, on day 1, and yeah, we'll definitely be on the lookout for them coming into day 2 of the competition. 37 points in the first try, and when they were in the group stages as well, didn't have the worst of performances, didn't have the best. They were also kind of like middle of the pack, I want to say.
They did pretty well. I think they got for 4th in that one, 93 points. Okay. Yeah. It was a good day 3 that they had. But then again, a lot of the big teams weren't playing on day 3, in my opinion.
Yeah, so they had a little bit of advantage in that situation, and we've seen how different teams are able to perform depending on which teams are available, which teams are playing. For example, Falcons have an easier time when Shockwave isn't dropping nearby them in Miramar, just as an example. That would be one of the things that affects their rotations and affects their early gameplay. And we saw when Shockwave wasn't there yesterday, Falcons were able to rotate early on, and they were able to get themselves the chicken dinner at the end of the day. And right now, yep, the throne is indeed back with the Owls. And Papara SuperMassive, can they continue this domination that they have shown us, and of course bring it all the way to the grand finals and make it into top 3, because that's when it's really going to matter. You're going to need that top 3 spot to make it into PMGC. If you get crowned champion as well, get yourself the lion's share of the $200,000 that we have on the line for this competition as well. You'd be very happy with your year.
Yeah, I mean, their heads are on the 360, just like the Owl right now, just because a lot of their games they're playing, I mean, we saw yesterday, I think it was second Erangel, where there was some unbelievable firepower from their side. It was instant reaction times where one player was getting pushed. There was immediate responses from the rest of the team. And I think that's kind of what solidified it for me, because even just watching it over on the group stages as a viewer, you know, you don't typically take in all of that all the time. But then watching it firsthand live here is a very different scenario for me, where I was like, well, they did amazing in the group stage, but now I'm really seeing why that was the case. So incredible gameplay. I was very, very, very surprised by it. And it felt weird to me that it's Papara SuperMassive who's the ones outclassing teams like S2G, like Regnum, Carya, like Team Falcons. Very, very surprising, but I'm glad to see it. It's about time we had new blood actually injected into PMSL EU.
I mean, so far we've been surprised by quite a few teams that have made it here to this. I want to say this level of the competition. I'm very happy and surprised with XSlay, because they were on the struggle bus in the group stage. Specifically, the first day didn't have the best of times, and yesterday I think we've seen them 2-3 times already in the top 4, top 5 with a decent amount of eliminations as well. They've been consistently playing well. Very happy with them. Jetgo. Most of their points are eliminations. Okay, that's it. One of the games it was 9, another one it was 10 eliminations, but they have 1 placement point because they managed to get 8th in one of those games as well. And then I think that last game they rounded it up to get to 27 or 25 rather in the end, just above Regnum Carya. And yeah, it is surprising seeing some of those names above the likes of Regnum Carya and Fenerbahçe. And you know what? The next team, ULF. I want to see what they're capable of in the second
Wolves.
day of the knockout stage. Yeah, the Wolves.
But not the Wolves.
I mean, yeah, they're. What would we call dire wolves now? It's just half wolves now. It's just ULF.
It's a difficult one for ULF because, you know, Wolves Esports does exist. You can't call yourself Wolves Esports, but you do want to have like the wolf logo. So you just take the W off and you hope no one notices. But we did notice almost immediately. Yeah. It was very obvious. So, but again, I think ULF's a great team. I actually really do like ULF. They have some of my favorite players on that squad. Overall, I hope they continue to do well. I mean, they came 5th, just 3 points behind guys over on BRA. Again, I do want to speak about that a little bit because that day 3 was really the slobber knocker of a day. I mean, Papara SuperMassive started day 1 on 36 points, but they came out on day 3 swinging with 84, which is a ridiculous score count for 6 games. But in that third day, you didn't have Regnum Carya, didn't have Fenerbahçe, didn't have Anorthosis, Ida wasn't playing, Carya wasn't playing, Falcons weren't playing, and I think that those are all really big names. So you did have a slightly easier lobby to contend with, which is why I always prefer a group system. It's quite difficult to do with 24 teams and make it work. I'm thinking about the maths, and I'm already I'm struggling already. We're gonna need to send that assignment to John. We have an assignment for him then. So. Yeah, but I do think groups always works way better because you just do have those days where you're fortuitous. But again, that's what groups are for. You know, you get groups of death, you get groups of leisure as well.
I like that, and I mean, from what we've seen from Papara SuperMassive, it doesn't seem like it's a fluke, for me at least. It doesn't seem like it's a fluke of a performance so far, just because they've dominated that first stage of the competition. Right now they have been, and they continued with an extremely high average. So I'm looking forward to what that first game is going to look like and what their performance is going to be. And not just them, but I also want to see a little bit more from Falcons. We mentioned how champions from the last split, potential to go back to back, but not. We haven't seen. I think maybe we've seen like glimpses of what they actually like to play and their actual level. Maybe one. I've seen it once or twice. I want to say it. That last Miramar was about it. Outside of Narvalo not being able to regroup with his team, that was the only game. Okay, we're not gonna talk about the Miramar where they fell from the top. We're not going there. There's no need. There's no need. We already like destroyed them there. But ladies and gentlemen, there's no need to do that. As right now, we're going to start off our second day finally with the first match. And it, of course, is going to be on Rondo for the knockout stage. And the plane path is, let's have a look at where this is
It's a double.
from. Yeah. Oh, it's a double plane path. Heck yeah. Okay, I'm happy. I'm very happy now. 2 Rondos and a double. This is like, if I look outside and see a double rainbow, like that's it. This is my day. This is the day of the year.
It's an incredibly lukewarm double plane path.
It is, though, isn't it?
It's like... Well, you get to go a slightly different area of the map to everyone else. Yeah, I think up towards the top side of the map, we're probably going to see XSlay drop up there. I think they're playing this game. I could be wrong. Oh, yeah, there they are. Yeah, XSlay will be dropping up on that top side, potentially, and then going out for some more elims. It's likely that that's just 3 players dropping there, and the final player from XSlay is going to drop late, I believe. Don't make me wrong. There we go.
Yeah, XSlay, when they played yesterday, it was 3 towards Rinjiang, and it was 1 towards the north. But this time around, it's just
Beşiktaş, the exact same color. My bad. I'm not colorblind, but that actually
you're special.
Wrong.
You're special, Blank. Yeah. It's okay. But look, S2G, they're trying the tech. They're trying the strategy. I see Solkay on his own in 2 Ling, and then you have the rest of the squad. I believe they're fighting Boars at the beginning of this game, and Boars already suffered a loss, and they were instantly able to bring back SnowX. He's just slowly dropping back. It's actually Carya who's fighting along with S2G. So we got 3 teams dropping in this location from the very beginning. Havlik trying to find out what's the move to make in this situation. Switch back to Exo and chill for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, down towards this area of the map is always going to be extremely hotly contested. I didn't think it would be this hotly contested, but there you go. Falcons, Narvalo already finding 1 over towards Asgard Esports, which is nice. Carya has lost 2. So probably will be rezzed up soon enough. But the Falcons, if they can clear out all the players in here, will be a nice little bit of a tally added to them. They're currently 4th place right now. I mean, I know that I was memeing at the start of the game, but it's truly not that bad at 32 points. I think they did fairly well yesterday. That was bolstered by some circle look. The circle was pretty magnetic towards their position yesterday on Miramar, in a horrible spot for anyone else to play in, where there was actually little to no counterplay available to other teams, and they just had to brave the storm towards the end. But I think for the Falcons, they need to do more today. They can't rely on that kind of circle look every single time.
Yeah, it's not going to work out every single time. And right now, we're looking to see if S2G can make it work, because Rondo has not been their map. It hasn't been working out for them previously, but right now, they're starting off strong with the second elimination now onto one of the Boars one more time. But the second he was eliminated, he was instantly brought back. CEO, though, HamCG. Not checking the corners. Not checking anything really, but it's fine. I mean, I say it's fine, but it's not really fine. It's okay. It's not that bad. Yeah, I'm gonna go with it's not that bad, because S2G is gonna go for the recall instantly.
Yeah, I mean, it's the HamCG drone play, right? It doesn't really work out that much on other maps, but here on Rondo, it's absolutely fine for HamCG to die in the first 4 minutes of the game, which has been happening quite frequently.
Yeah, this is the 4th time HamCG has been eliminated from the very beginning. Let's see if S2G can get themselves the revenge. Kalse steps up. S12K versus S12K versus S12K. That's a lot of... Is that S36K? Yeah, that's what it would be like. You know what? That's what we're gonna go with. Nade for the door.
No.
Okay, hold on. It works. It's fine. They got it. It worked. And they get themselves the eliminations. Meanwhile, Falcons secure 2 onto the likes of Asgard Esports. And Oscar, of course, will have the opportunity to recall their team. Boars have lost maybe like 3 fights so far. in this game, and they should be a full squad in another minute or two. They lost another one just now. They are really going through it, Blank. Some words of wisdom for them, some words of motivation. I don't know what they need to get out of this struggle bus right now.
Words of wisdoms for Boar.
Yes.
Yeah, there really isn't a lot, to be honest with you. You're asking me to tell them to start playing the game, essentially, which is kind of unfair, in my opinion. Because there really hasn't been too many times.
Okay, I feel like that's a bit strong, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't been able to play the game yet, so it's hard to give them advice. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Right? You're sat on 9 points right now, but that is roughly from 3 0-point games. It's hard. I think that the idea is, at the moment, is that they have to stop losing fights. You can say that to anyone. It's not too often. Nice.
That was kind of crazy. Loving Bra and how they're taking these fights right now. We'll talk about them later as Shockwave. The fight between them and S2G continues as Ling was exactly where I believe the IGL from S2G was, reviving and recalling his team every single time a fight does not go their way. Look at that, Hamsi G. He's alive for now, Blank.
There's some really flimsy fences there, and they just go straight through them. Or it's a quantum grenade, I don't know. XSlay currently down to 1 player on this side with Yusuf, trying to hold back 4 players. I don't think that's going to go too well. You're yet currently driving away, I imagine, to the closest res beacon. Yusuf just needs to delay as long as possible because he'll be able to get back up again. Meantime, BRA is really on the warpath, which is great to see here on Rondo. 3 elims already. Highest in the lobby is S2G with 4.
Yeah. Still, we have every single squad alive and well. Yusuf finally gets pushed from XSlay. He will go down, and look at that. Everyone's back, alive and well, and the fighting continues. I am curious to see, because we have gotten a decent amount of revives and recalls. I'm waiting to see, once the recall stations shut down, how many eliminations we have. Because this looks kind of crazy with the amount of recalls that have... Let's have a quick look. 5, that's 10, 14, 15, 18, 19 eliminations so far, and we've only lost a total of 6 players from the lobby, but they can come back, and they are. And we're already on 18 eliminations, 8 minutes into this game. This is the Rondo effect, boys and girls. We see fighting from the get-go, and this is exactly why I like this map.
Yeah, it's not strategic, it's not pretty, but it gets you points. Definitely gets you points. It's the main thing that you're looking out for here. Not really confirming onto too many people yet, and you're right, Boars are currently losing their 4th fight of the match. Isn't ideal. Papara SuperMassive, on the other hand, they're just playing their own game. Right, 0 elims, they're looking for the win. Tron finds a shot over towards Real from Asgard. Given that Baytron was doing very well yesterday. And here is a little look in on the map. Beşiktaş, who dropped long up towards the top side of the map towards Ryan. They are having a very, very nice spot to work with. But the river cutting through the center here between the 2 high grounds does leave a little to be desired for a lot of our southern teams. And it's a good thing that the TheNoisyBoys gets in early over on that northeast side.
Yeah, that they do. Considering that they are one of the teams that is going to be in desperate need of points at the moment. 17 points in 17th place. They're going to need to do a decent bit more if they want to get themselves in a nice, safe, and secure location in the overall leaderboard. Still have those 16 teams. Not one has been eliminated thus far. But there have been quite a lot of eliminations in this game. Believe me. Don't worry, we'll get the math done once the recall stations have shut down. But look at that! Oh my god, no, Asgard lost 2 members, and Magics, they're dropping back in.
Back on the ball again. I mean, it's really easy for them right now just to keep this one grooving, keep it rolling all the time. And we're still at 61 players. I don't think there's really many teams that have any confirmed other than Boars right now who are wandering through the zone lost in the source. I'm curious to see how this pans out because we are heading over towards the rocky outcrops over towards the north side of the map. And again, it's going to be a lot of teams crunched in down towards the south side. And that's typically what's going to happen here on Rondo. It is quite, why it is quite fun is because by the time you get to stage 3 and stage 4, there is still a lot of very healthy squads.
A lot of healthy squads for now. Okay, how many will be able to make it into the zone? Ooh, hold on. Wagner! No! That's a lot of damage for Wagner to take, but is still able to swing on Takoa and secure the elimination before he feels any kind of pressure. And look at that. Anorthosis Famagusta with 6 eliminations to their name.
Yeah, doing extremely well. I mean, Wagner has always been a really good player. And quite a good fragger. Never one of the best in the lobby, but always quite reliable. And I think that that's important to have, especially on a map like this where you want to be getting those picks here and there and often. You don't necessarily want the most aggressive player in the world, but you have to take a reliable player to pick up those elims where you can. Shockwave's taking a little bit of a wild route over on the eastern side, and wrap around over towards Concia.
And look at that, we still have a decent amount of recall beacons in the zone. We have one in Stadium, one all the way in the north in Ryan. We have one towards the very eastern side, a little bit south, right behind XSlay. As the zone moves forward, then that means there's only one recall beacon, unless the players and their colors and name tags are hiding one or two more, because usually they do tend to do that. It is quite difficult. But I only see one. And I think it should only be one, but it's going to be very well defended.
Yeah, there's one in Stadium right now. There's one in Ryan. Doubt anyone's going up there. And I think there is one right now down towards the south side of the map, which is being camped by Asgard Esports. But you're right. I think we're getting towards that stage of the game where a lot of them are now missing from the area. Falcons did send out wide over towards Test Track to pick Koa back up again, but it is a long walk back over towards the circle. Right now, we have Ida up against XSlay. Sorry, Asgard Esports.
Yep. XSlay trying to step up now. Noir. They have Yusuf knocked down, but Rita will follow from Ida. So it is a 2-for-2 trade. Nade! Oh, that's going to be doing quite a lot of damage, and it does. It gets the knock onto the third, and it stops the revive as well. That just means it's going to be one player left from the side of XSlay. And remember, if the entire team is wiped out, there's not going to be anyone to use that recall beacon. So this fight is worth it. This 1v1 is for everything, and the nade will not be close enough to take down Madcap. And it looks like they're going to be thinking about going for the revive as well and slow things to a halt. Meanwhile, Papara SuperMassive currently chilling with one elimination. Noir decides, I don't want this fight to continue anymore. I'm dipping, and Yekta got the heck out of there too. It looks like it's Noir that's the last person alive, and he's not going to be allowed to live either. Alongside S2G, pick them up an XSlay. I kind of wish I had never really spoke about them today. The caster curse is real. The floor is yours. I don't know.
Is it Noir or is it Nior? Because it's N-I-O-R, right? Noir is spelled N-O-I-R.
That's true.
I was following your lead, but I'm starting to doubt now.
I mean, I think that's the mistake that you made. You followed my lead.
I did. Yeah, well, I trusted you. Is that not good?
I mean, well, yeah, but now you feel bad for trusting me, don't you?
No.
Okay.
I will always trust you. I'm just gonna verify.
You know what? I thought it was Noir, but since the I is first, then I'm not dyslexic, I think. But yes, then it is Nior? Okay, we'll go Nior.
Yeah,
And we'll also
Nior.
go with the fact that Asgard are just completely tearing Fenerbahçe apart at the moment. Crazy has a task in front of him, and it is going to be Akron. He whips out the S12K, not able to win that fight. But instantly, look at that. Carya is here for the third party, and it's a full squad against 2. It's against Akron. It's against Sepkan. What can the shotgun do in this close range, in this close proximity? Can you win the fight one more time? Marso steps in. Sepkan takes 1 down. Tries to secure the eliminations, not able to. Carya just overwhelms them from every corner. Now all of a sudden, it is going to be just 1 person left. Look at that. They already set their sights on the next one. They are hungry for those eliminations.
I mean, they should be as well. I mean, Carya only on 2 eliminations this match. They are struggling to put up the numbers right now. But it is a massive possibility to get all the players back up again. One is bleeding out fairly quickly, though. Off in the distance, it is Beşiktaş, and we did get a shift on the circle. It was pretty grim. They moved over towards that north side and cut Beşiktaş off that high ground that BRA was attempting to pick up for themselves, which is now very, very awkward on the descent. I think when you're looking over towards Papara SuperMassive, though, I can only be pleased with the way they've played this game. I mean, they've not really gotten involved in any of the antics happening around the map, but instead just been like, guys, you have your 2 eliminations. We just want the chicken dinner, and we're happy to take that, so we're going to set ourselves up nice and central this game.
Nice and central. You can aim for that. Question is, can you make it without everyone hitting down your neck? Because look at that. Omre just not being allowed to breathe, set ablaze. And Ida start to feel the pressure. Meanwhile, Anorthosis Famagusta, 9 elims to their name. Holy moly. I'm looking at the overall leaderboard just for the sake of having a look at how many eliminations there are. TheNoisyBoys are the only ones without 1. It looks like IWNRX will be taken out with only 1 to their name, and they will be in 18th place with the 16 points. Meanwhile, oh my god, do my eyes deceive me, or is that Boars actually winning a fight? And it's a fight against Carya as well, CEO. It's going to be a duo. It's going to be a 2v3 as Havlik is taken out. The beacon might be there, but I'm not sure how easy it is going to be for them to use it. But Boars, finally, 5 eliminations. They're alive, they're well, and they're on the hunt for higher placements. The first one they're looking at is Shockwave in 19th.
I think they're having a little bit of a better time here. It's taken a while to get to this point. Carya's unwilling to give it up easily, though, as Boars tried to flow around the building. Snorix is attempting to find an angle to work with, nade in hand, but Lewis is fairly protected in this position. Snorix could thread the nade, but he bounces it back off the fence. That's very bad.
Very bad for them indeed. It looks like the fight turns around in favor of Carya as they were able to take out one of the members from Boars, and the fighting on that side will continue. But things have slowed down here between these 2. EXO secured. Boars, not sure what they can do with Kvik as the last member, and the zone shifting to the north just means it's not going to be an easy path for him to make it into the next one. He has to take this fight.
I'm not sure what Kvik can do. We just saw him off camera just crawling. That nade's good as well. And he's as good as dead. An unfortunate end for Boars there, and it looked like they were starting to illuminate a little bit, but the light was cut short there. The fuse blown out, and Boars go back to the lobby. Falcons, you know, I am very surprised Falcons are still in this game. The amount of times I've seen them struggling through horrible areas of the map. They even went down to test track to try and get players back up again. It's about time they start losing players. They're out in the open. Deployable cover is not really helping all that much. Redux, final player remaining.
And with him being the last person, just about placement points for him, if he can even make it into the zone. Meanwhile, TheNoisyBoys, who are currently in the zone, and they're very happy with the position that they do have in the zone at the moment. And S2G might be attempting to pull up on that, but right behind them is going to be Anorthosis Famagusta. They have to finish that fight before even thinking about making a move to the TheNoisyBoys. Meanwhile, Papara SuperMassive, they've been very, very chill this whole time. 3 eliminations. We haven't seen much of them, and we won't see any more of Ida or Falcons, as they are both taken out. Falcons in 11th with 3, and Ida in 10th with 6. Rondo's always going to be this map that you get eliminated in, but you'll always have, you know, unless you win, you'll always have eliminations. Except somehow, again, the TheNoisyBoys. And I will go back and do the maths and see exactly how many eliminations we had in this game at the very end. Because this looks like it's going to be the highest one. Previously, it was 21. But right now, it's looking like we have a ridiculous amount more. And the job's not done yet. S2G laid down some cover and attempt to make a move.
Yeah, it's a large amount of elims so far. I mean, there's always a possible 60 elims in the lobby. But we're already reaching, I think, around about 40 plus so far right now.
Oh!
Kelsey finding Mozero. It's a nice name. Amoran. And S2G start to slowly lose their grip on this hillside. Again, it's a horrible place to play. I don't think anyone really enjoys playing this one. A lot of deployable cover been sent out, and for good reason. You need some kind of hard cover to play off the back of this. Papara SuperMassive been playing it very chilled out down this south side though. And again, they're probably very looted compared to some of these teams.
Yeah, so they should be able to benefit quite a lot. But we'll get back to them in a second. Hold on, the nades raining onto Beşiktaş. Falconist trying to see if he can keep his team alive. They are on blinking health bars. The revives will need to be finished quickly. 9 teams remain in this first game with 23 players. And so far, Anorthosis Famagusta is on the hunt for a record breaker. At the moment, 12 eliminations. There's still a decent amount of teams left. They just have to keep up this aggression, and they could do wonders.
Beşiktaş down below. I mean, they've been playing for this position for quite a while, but they are really cut out on the side of the circle, and we're going to get another shift over towards that north side now. Papara SuperMassive look to make their push, look to sweep around the side. 14 elims for Anorthosis. It's been a very good game for them. Really profitable overall, up to 47 points total. Not to mention any placement points that come off the back of this. They have been sweeping. They have absolutely been sweeping from that southeast side. Asgard Esports looking to hold them out. You see Nico here with nade of his own. Tosses it upside. Will be slightly short though.
Meanwhile, Supermassive now looks like they're going to have to defend not just their first place, but also their place in this game as Anorthosis Famagusta steps up. And that's the first one down already. Anorthosis, come on. I want to see a 20 elimination game in this competition, but with Wagner taking a beating and no opportunity for a revive, those chances go down as Anorthosis goes from 4 to 2. Damn. Meanwhile, Supermassive, there's a nice little response there, a nice quick little knock. But there's no opportunity for a push. There's only so much you can do.
That's like a 4-bullet burst. I think he must have hit at least 3 of the headshots there over towards default, which is super unfortunate. But it was a great push coming from Nico on the sidelines. Magnazada had absolutely no idea he was here. Anorthosis going to be very lucky if they make it through this. But Papara SuperMassive, they somewhat need to get a podium finish to make this playstyle worth it for them. They play very slow, very cautiously, but you know, they could have easily have played just as aggressive as BRA or Anorthosis. But yeah, they need second or first place. Otherwise, this playstyle just wasn't worth it to them.
Yeah, they only have 5 eliminations compared to the 9 that Bra have, or the 14 that Anorthosis Famagusta has at the moment. And the thing is, TheNoisyBoys were also one of the teams that were very relaxed. They were holding on to their position. They weren't really fighting. They weren't taking advantage of the fact that they can recall their players time and time again. They just haven't been getting the points that they need, considering the fact they're in 15th. You have a full squad. Use that to your advantage. Go for an objective. Go for a play. Get some points, but that doesn't seem to be the case at the moment. And they've been in this location for the past couple of zones as well.
Yeah, it's definitely tough for the TheNoisyBoys to actually make this play because, again, there is a huge amount of sightlines from that western side that can look over towards them. Anorthosis do very well. In fact, just a singular player holding on strong there, but it's a nice nade over the top from Papara SuperMassive to take down Melaz. But also, similarly at the same time, the knock goes through towards the TheNoisyBoys. This is a perfect opportunity for Papara SuperMassive to start gaining ground on this high point of the map.
And stay high up in the overall leaderboard as well with this play style. That is no fluke. This team is just that good from what we're seeing. Calm and calculated when they need to be. Meanwhile, TheNoisyBoys, not much noise being heard at the moment. And again, the zone favors them. They have positioning. Ezel from Bra. Quick
Great
knock,
shot.
but lovely response from Lost. And a quick one as well.
The comms are so tight on the side of Papara SuperMassive. MK14 as well. That's a very nice pickup. Especially on these long-range engagements. That would be nice to have. Quantum just over the top of the hill here. But yeah, for Papara SuperMassive, they are just so quick on the response time. The comms are so clean. It's so obvious to me. But they're going to start to have to pull out the claws here. Quantum gets absolutely obliterated by Shum.
No chance for a response there, but Supermassive still with the 4-man strong team that they have up against Shockwave and the TheNoisyBoys. So you have a team from first place going up against 2 teams at the bottom of the leaderboard. The 4v4v1. At this point, Shockwave's just hoping. Shum is dreaming of being able to get second place. First is just not going to be a possibility unless somehow some magic happens in our first rondo.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Shum because he has to play on this dangerous side of the map alongside with Papara SuperMassive. He can't commit to playing in the water because that's like the first place that TMB is checking right now. It would be the most obvious place for a solo to play. But this little bit of a rock cover here actually is really good for him. And he'll be able to stay nice and silent. Hug the rock as much as possible.
There's no, I mean, he just, no, he didn't make any noise, but Mozaro decides, doesn't matter if you make noise or not, I want that point, I need that point for me and my team, and they managed to secure it in the end, and now it's going to be a 4v4, it's Papara SuperMassive versus the TheNoisyBoys for our first chicken dinner, and I mean, look, Blank, you asked, is it a fluke or not? Is this team just that good or what? And right now, we will get our answer.
Yeah, I mean, as for PRA, if it's fluke or not, I mean, for Papara SuperMassive, it's very obvious this is a very good team. I think they're extremely strong right now. I think from even group stages, it looked good. Obviously, they didn't play against the top squads, but to get 83 points, I mean, that still takes somewhat magical. Nade's been sent down the hill here. Last nade in hand. Maybe wanted to wait a little bit longer. I mean, I can see what he's attempting to clear on that rock there where Shum was currently playing, but it's actually Mozaro down towards the water, which maybe is an unsuspected position, actually. A shark down below looking to gnaw upon Papara SuperMassive and the owls between.
Right now, the split, the imaginary line between the players that no one's crossing. Just poking, prodding around, searching, hoping to find an opening, hoping to find some play. But the 2 players on the very edge for the TheNoisyBoys are going to have to start moving closer and closer. 1 player will get exposed at some point. The zone will force them into this fight. Only 1 can win. Is it going to be Papara SuperMassive or is it going to be the TheNoisyBoys?
Papara SuperMassive right now, there's first aid kits on some of the players, but you can see a lot of them are still on 70% HP. Stims are all used up. There's barely any death crates here remaining for them to actually pick up. You're definitely having a tough time here for Papara SuperMassive. They have to rely heavily on the initial engagement, right? The first shots, the first pick, that's going to be so important for them. I think Nico currently is the best player for that in terms of a pick player for the team. He's been very, very efficient for them. But yeah, I think that this all comes down to who gets the first knock. I think Papara SuperMassive gets the first knock, then it'll start to crumble there onwards for TMB. I think if the TheNoisyBoys are able to get the first knock, they should be able to clean this game out.
Well, let's see if they're capable of doing that, and let's see who's going to find that first knock and get the advantage in this end game. Because right now, stage 9, that's it. Whether you like it or not, this game ends here. This game ends now. We're only going to have 1 winner. Who's it going to be?
This high ground advantage from Papara SuperMassive is kind of big, though. TMB are the ones you have to face first, and also Papara SuperMassive gets the silhouette along the cliffside, which is a little bit dangerous in terms of vision, but it means less of their bodies are visible. Lost takes a little bit of damage, but they saved some nades for this moment. Just one in the hands of Lost.
One nade in the hand of Hyso as well. Oh, beautiful. That's the knock that you're looking for. That's the play you need to make. The nade in response, not able to get a knock. But Kamikaze was able to get the job done with an opening onto Rohan, and all of a sudden a flurry of bullets flies between all of the players. And Mazzaro, last man standing at 1v3. And there's no way he wins this one. That's just not possible unless he takes down one. But two is just too many for him to handle. And Papara SuperMassive, they had the lead coming into today, and they show us exactly what they are made of. Another chicken dinner at the beginning of the day. This team is on fire, and they are not relenting. They are not giving that first place away to anyone, and they're going to run away with it.
That they are. I mean, it's really good. Very, very well played late game for them. I think that the main thing to look at there is, even though they lost their off angle, there was, again, an immediate response from their side with that nade, which forces them back a little bit further. I think the crazy thing is, though, is that I don't know if you caught it, but towards that end game, there was 2 stun grenades thrown out simultaneously from the players on the side of Papara SuperMassive.
Oh, wow.
And as you're coming over that bank there, it's completely open ground. I think both players were fully blind. Like, screen fully white. They had no idea what they were doing. So it's just a case of the S12Ks coming over the top and just shredding to bits, which is why you only have that one player still in action behind the tree at the end there, because he's the only one not blinded by the stun grenades. I didn't really, you don't really see too often stun grenades like that causing such damage to a team. I think I remember way back when, maybe 3 seasons ago, Rob's over on Hartin with a stun grenade that went over the top side, able to almost wipe an entire team off the back of that. But yeah, it's not often you see plays like that, but it's so fantastic to see it, like, in a pro setting, in a 4v4, finding value off the back of it. Papara SuperMassive just do it better.
Yeah, they are just goated at this point, and I think they're looking to reach a higher average than they even gave us on that first day of the competition. They had a ridiculous amount of eliminations. And speaking of the eliminations, I can't wait to see the match ranking, because I want to know how many elims we had in total from that last game. Because that alone is going to be insane. From the first 8 minutes, we were already on 16, 17 eliminations confirmed, and a lot of people already revived as well. So it's just getting crazier and crazier. The average that was brought up before about Rondo and how many extra eliminations it might bring into the equation was 20. But I want to see that average go up a little bit more.
It's a nice ending there coming from Papara SuperMassive. For that final blow there, MVP was definitely lost. I mean, he's been significantly strong for the entirety of the knockout stage so far. 5 elims, 600 damage. Again, I think this is kind of an underrated strat, though, where Papara SuperMassive just loot normally, and because everyone is battling on the outside edges, just doing war, they can just take center so easily because no one's making that rotate until late game. So Papara SuperMassive just has the ability to pick and choose. I think it's an underrated strategy right now, especially in PMSL EU, because no one else is doing it. And it's sort of a case, the similar case to Edge versus Center. It's like Edge is typically better when a lot of teams are playing Center. Center's typically better when a lot of teams are playing Edge. Here, it's more of a case of Center's always better because everyone's fighting elsewhere.
And then you come in the very last second and destroy everyone, get all the eliminations, and get that chicken dinner. And this is what we're seeing right now from the likes of Papara SuperMassive and their numbers from that last one. We're not seeing 2 players with 1,000 damage plus, but hey, this is what they were able to secure, and it's 10 plus eliminations. That's 12, I believe. Yeah, that's 12 eliminations at the end of the game. And that's going to be 22 points to their tally. That's going to send them to almost 80 points, 5 games in, which, again, mathematically, and the average is just going higher and higher with this roster. It's like, the more points doesn't equal more prize pool, but you know what? If it was that way, wow, that would have been insane. You know what else is insane?
Yeah.
Our lovely sponsor for this competition, the Infinix GT30 series. Every ranked push, every clutch moment. It's not luck, it's preparation. And that's exactly how the teams prepare, by practicing it with the Infinix GT30 for this competition. And this competition wouldn't be possible without this lovely sponsorship. So thank you, Infinix, for staying with us in this incredible journey to discover and find the best PUBG Mobile players in Europe and in Turkey. We're still on the hunt. We haven't found them yet, but we'll find them and let you know.
Yeah, I mean, 120 FPS, very nice. You know, high res. Unfortunately, the boys from TMB were getting 120 FPS of just a white screen, which is a bit rough. But, you know, the players wouldn't be able to do it without this phone. GT30 series, make sure you check it out. But overall, so far, very, very fun. Very, very fun. We're already filling the next lobby right now as we speak. But today should be a good day after that last Rondo. Again, you're right. I'm very curious to see exactly how many elims total we had during that game. We get the replays coming through first. S2G having their initial bouts of combat earlier on. They weren't able to get too much further into the game after this.
Yeah, they weren't really. And another one of the teams that I wanted to bring up, I guess, was, I mean, I was going to talk about Shockwave. They had one of their players reach towards the end, but it was just like the one player surviving for as long as possible, which helps them out considering that TheNoisyBoys, one of their competitors towards the end, was also there. So that alleviates some of the pressure on this roster, but no, I need to see more from them, and I need to see more from the TheNoisyBoys, which have been exceptionally quiet considering the position that they had. I think they should have been one of the teams that ended up with a ridiculous amount of eliminations, but it's going to be Anorthosis with the most at the end, having 14, but it's 22 points that go to Papara SuperMassive. Bruh with 13. They had 9 eliminations in that one. They ended up getting themselves in 4th place as well. Not a bad start for this team. I think that they're also trying to answer I guess your question rather. It wasn't Papara, you're right. You were talking about Boars Esports. And right now, not bad. 13 to start the day.
No, it's not bad. I think they took a nice spot on the map as well. They took high ground very, very early on. I think it could be a very different game for BRA if it was a case that the circle moved off to the west a little bit, because then it would have had a high ground presence. Papara SuperMassive, they just had some very slick maneuvers. And even when they looked over towards Anorthosis, there was a very clear objective they were getting at there, which was we need to take that high ground eventually. So Nico crawling off to the side, being able to get that shot early on over towards Anorthosis, over towards Wagnerzada, actually a very, very impactful pickup for them. Then the TheNoisyBoys come in, they get a little bit of damage done, and Nate sent over the top, and actually that seals the deal for them, because as soon as the TheNoisyBoys have to clear off that high ground, Papara SuperMassive being able to take it forced them down the low ground after that. I think the TMB was a little bit scared, maybe a little bit too scared, and just gave up that high ground freely. That's the moment they won the game. It's like, it's very small things for SuperMassive, but very, very important.
Yeah, very important indeed. And it's important for them to keep up with every single team here and make sure they don't get close enough. Anorthosis and Bra with the 50 points. I do want to see that second page, and this is exactly what I want to talk about. Boars, 13 points still. They need to do quite a bit, but it's not that far, right? It's not that far yet. Shockwave, 7 points ahead of them, along with 4 of us. I mean, look, 7-point difference between them and, 8 between 15th. It's still, I want to say we're still in the stages where one game can change everything for any team, really. Tomorrow, you know what? If this was the situation tomorrow, yeah, I would not be happy. But again, the tank of copium next to me still hasn't ran out, so I think Boars are all right. Now it's we're still on the copium. We haven't reached hopium levels yet.
No, we are continuing to beat the dead boar, which is a little bit sad. But what's not sad is 3.4k damage from Lost. The only player even close to that is Neo from XSlay with 2660, which is a fair amount behind. You know, you're looking at, what's that, almost 800 damage-ish behind right now, which is a fair amount. Everyone else is on similar levels. Storm here from BRA, who has been a consistently strong player throughout the history of PUBG Mobile, 2,500 damage. Pretty decent. But yeah, Lost is clearly ahead of the pack.
And he's going to stay that way for quite a while just because of that range. And you know what? I'm going to remind our lovely viewers exactly who's going to be playing in the next game and who's going to be skipping out. I believe it's still going to be the same rotation. I don't think it changes in terms of which group was playing and which group was not. But just...
Nothing too fancy.
No, we like to keep things simple. So yeah, from the very beginning, it was ULF, Regnum, 4FS, and Jetgo that were not participating in that first match. So going to the next one, Fenerbahçe, Oscar, and XSlay Esports will be taking a break. They will not be participating in the next game. And this is, of course, ULF, Regnum, 4FS, and Jetgo, who will now join us from now until the end of our day. And I'm very curious to see what Jetgo is going to do. They had a very high elimination 2 games yesterday and then nothing. So I want to see a little bit more consistency. I want to see a little bit more balance specifically for that roster. 4FS, they did well in the knockout stage, but they are struggling in this one. Now I'm beginning to see the cracks in the roster. And I'm curious to see if they were able to work on any of those things coming into the second day.
Yeah, so it's I think... Well, that would mean that Jetgo's going to be playing 2 rondos, right, so far. Does that mean other teams only get to play 1 rondo? Am I wrong saying that? Because Jetgo did play a rondo yesterday. And there's another rondo today.
Huh.
So how's that working out?
That's true.
So, yeah. I'm going to look at this when we finish the show.
Yeah. Now that you said it makes sense. I'm like, hold on. But how? So you're saying that there might? You know what? I'm not even gonna get into it. I don't want to do this.
So there's 2. So is the way it works that every group plays 2 rondos?
I mean, that could be. Then that should be the case. Yeah. If we have a total of 5 rondos, yeah. You know what?
Every group plays 4 rondos.
I think every group is gonna end up playing 2 rondos. 2. Well, no, they're okay. Hold on. Let's break it down.
Every group plays 4 rondos.
Okay. So if it's 4 rondos, then it's 4 rondos, 4 Erangels, and 4 Miramars, right? That should be the split.
And then that's 12. That's 12 matches. Yeah.
Okay.
I think we're right. Okay, we're right.
You know what? Let's pretend we're right. I'm gonna go along.
Every group skips 1 rondo. That makes more sense. Okie doke. And I think that the way they're set up is that yesterday we had 1 right in the middle. Now we have 2 like here, and then tomorrow we'll have 1 here and 1 here, and then tomorrow we'll have the 1
second and fourth.
Here. Yeah. Okay. I think we get it.
Honestly,
we've cracked it.
It took us a couple of minutes live on stream, but you know what? I'm happy that we were able to crack the case and solve it.
Hey,
Good job, Blank. I'm proud of you. You did it. It was all you. It was all you.
Sometimes, no. Sometimes this takes like weeks for league up. So I think we did sick.
League Ops takes like weeks, months planning how to do it.
Yeah, I reckon.
And then we come in and say, say, guys, what is this? I don't like it. This system's kind of silly. Meanwhile, League Ops at home, like, what?
It's been like 8 weeks on that. Yeah, no, we know nothing. We're just trying to make sense of what's going on, and we've done it. And if you're wondering the reason why we're trying to make sense of it is because it's very important that Rondo does never gets played more by any one team.
Yes.
Just because there's opportunity for more points, which would be unfair to other squads.
Yeah. So it has to be
system.
Like we mentioned, it has to be perfectly balanced, as all things should be. And I believe the lobbies are balanced, except our second lobby for today, which seems to have, I believe, 60 players. I'm waiting on those last ones. No, never mind. No,
you're behind still. Yeah, you're behind.
Yeah. No, I'm way behind because the players are apparently already on the island and they are waiting to board the plane. And this match should be starting soon. So you know what to do, boys and girls. Let us know who you're supporting. Let us know who is going to get the chicken dinner in our second match of the day, which should be underway. And here are those magical words. Here we go. Game number 2, Erangel. Knockout stage, PMSL EU. Let's get to it.
There it is. I think I'm going to call for a Regnum Carya win on this one.
Ooh, okay.
I think I'd like a Regnum Carya win.
Can you
much
guess...
nicer playing path too.
Can you guess who I'm going for?
Do not pick Boars.
No, okay, you know what? I was going to. I was actually going to pick them. And you know what? Just because he said that, I have to. I have to stick with the Boars.
I don't think they're even playing in this one, are they?
No, it should be Bra, Fenerbahçe, Oscar, and XSlay that are out of it. This is just the top 16 teams out of the 20.
Oh no, they are in. Yeah, they are in. This is the top 16. You're correct. But you shouldn't pick them.
Actually, yeah, I should pick another team considering the caster curse, right?
Yeah, you should try and help them out.
Okay, so who do I pick then to get them to win?
To get them to lose.
To get them to lose, yes, that's right. I need them to lose, yes.
Probably Papara SuperMassive, so we see someone different. Because knowing
actually, you
Papara
know what?
SuperMassive, they're going to get second.
Yeah, I'll pick Papara SuperMassive because, not gonna lie, it's kind of crazy that they have this massive lead, and I would like it to be a little bit competitive. They're ruining the fun. Stop it, Papara. You're destroying everyone, and it's going too quickly.
Yeah, I mean they won a third of the games they've played so far, which is pretty miraculous. It's very nice to see. We get our Northern Circle on the game towards Severny. It was actually a really pleasant playing path into Pleasant Circle, which doesn't happen too often. So most teams will have the ability to get up here. Some of these drop spots are going to cut a little bit short. Some of our teams that might want to head down towards Military might want to pick up Ferry Pier or Primorsk instead. So they get much quicker over towards the circle. Though knowing some of these teams, they're very dead set on not switching things up too often. And they will just go all the way down towards Military. But we'll wait for that to come through. IWNRX on our screen. Frozen, Kakali, Kine, and Swain. All very prominent players from PMSL EU over the years, yet they just have not found their footing here in the knockout stages.
And that they have not, but there is still time for them to do exactly that. The opportunity is available. You just have to take it. Let's see if they do. No. This is something that we've constantly seen between 4FS and Boars. Gentleman's agreement in Yasnaya. Not going to be fighting each other, just going to be focusing on looting up for now.
Yeah, they both know that if they fought, it would go wrong.
Yes,
they'd lose
very
like
much
two
so.
players each.
And then the game's just scuffed for both of them. And you don't want to do that.
And like, we both realize we're probably not good enough right now to fight one another. So let's just not do that. Collusion?
Yes. No.
Colluding?
No. I don't think. I think it's gentleman agreement. That's what it is.
Handshaking in my PUBG Mobile? Colluding? Now, there's been some much more egregious. There's been some much more egregious displays of collusion in the past.
You know what?
I can't mention teams.
Yeah, that there have. I'm just going to take a swift left turn right into this rotation that Real is taking from Asgard Esports. I have to say, very bold to be rotating with a horse.
It's pretty silent, on the rotating on the road though. I think I'd agree with you there. It's like whole point of the horse is that it can go cross country. You don't need to stick to the roads. It doesn't have wheels.
Exactly, but he decides, nah,
I'm gonna abide by the law. I play to him.
Here's my question to you then. When you drive on the road in PUBG Mobile, do you drive on the right side or the left side?
To any side.
Okay.
Doesn't matter to me, as long as I get to where I need to go.
Fair.
Oftentimes, I'm actually driving over bumps in the fields.
Just driving straight through anything.
Yeah. It's not always the most comfy of rides, but I get you where you need to go.
I mean, I agree. That's the kind of rotation I would take, as long as we get there as quickly as possible, just so we can have the best position. But it is going to be a bumpy ride. Like, I promise you this. You need to fasten your seatbelts.
We might be in the road for like 2 seconds when I'm crossing it. That's about it.
Yeah, that's all you get. And you definitely need to fasten your seatbelt.
I love that we got that switch POV to someone just in the water for some apparent reason.
They're having a nice dip, okay?
Right, so we're on board with ULF. Currently holding the roadside versus Papara SuperMassive. That is ridiculous, by the way. That is some really long shots, and those are team shots. That's not just one player hitting those. If I was Ulf, I too would have just immediately been like, "Yep, nope, that's we're not fighting this." These guys are good.
We don't have to do this. No, I mean the zone isn't forcing us right now. It might though, because they have been forced in these areas time and time again the past couple of days. Seen quite a
Do you
few
ever
of
have those
zones.
moments
Which ones?
in game where like you're taking shots at someone and they like swivel 180 and then they start blasting you for like 2 headshots, and you're just like, he's cracked. I can't fight him. But you just have to do it.
Yeah, 100%. It's happened enough times to remind me just how terrible I am at gaming. Yes.
It always sucks that because like you have like a sense of self-confidence which immediately gets broken down.
Yeah, and you're like, oh my
Like that.
god.
Like
I'm
that right
bad.
there. Aaron peeks out the door. A good shot from Solus, but is it enough?
Is it enough? We'll find out now, because
Ooh.
it has been a 1-for-1 trade, and Nico steps up, and he does not care. He is swinging with that S12K. They may have lost Kamikaze.
What?
They will not lose the entire lineup, or will they? There's a third party in Boars, and that's close range. And then there's a fourth party from a distance in Falcons.
God.
Yeah, but look at that. Papara SuperMassive, they know they have another
Why?
elimination to secure in the tower. They really like this tower, apparently.
Why did Boars rocked up? Well, like this is a fight that's ongoing between 2 teams. They are locked in. They seem to be having a bad time. We could third party this, or we could just turn tail and run. Like, what are you doing? This is free elims.
It's free elims, it's free real estate. But apparently, they don't see it that way.
Yeah, I mean, they take petrol station, which I guess isn't too bad, over towards West Side Yaz. But yeah, felt like a... I think that really does show how worried Boars are. I think they know they need to get points on board, and they're so scared to even go for third parties, which is not a good mindset to be in.
Yeah, can't be having that. We also can't be having Jetgo with 0 eliminations now. Come on, gentlemen. I just look at the difference. 8 minutes now, right? 8 minutes, 3 eliminations. Rondo, 8 minutes, 16 eliminations.
Yeah, it's very different. I mean, people aren't prepared to put their lives on the line, knowing that their lives mean nothing with the recall system. Yeah, Papara SuperMassive losing 1 player, though, in Kamikaze is pretty bad. Though, right now, Kamikaze was definitely the star player from the group stages, but I would say this is more on Lost. And arguably a lot more on Nico. I think although Lost is getting a lot done for the team in terms of damage, in terms of preparation, it is Nico. Nico is setting a lot of these up. He's sort of the hidden sword on the team, which is cool. Very, very cool.
Well, let's see if this sword can swing and get a couple of eliminations. Meanwhile, Jetgo, we just see a little bit of suffering on their side. A couple of eliminations not going their way. It's of comp. Oh, no, no, Ida, no, not the time! Not the time to be pulling these kinds of mistakes! But it's fine, because Regnum and Carya are just passing by.
Ida looking over towards Asgard. Do have high ground on this. I mean, taking stock of where the map is right now, we're over towards Southside Severny. A few compounds around here are available to play. You don't really be playing over towards the eastern side, so the pizza slice outside the Asnaya fielded area with not really much happening there. Papara SuperMassive just trying to find a place to call home, and their vehicles are getting torn apart. At this point in time, it's very hard for Nico to even get out of that situation. The more damage that pours through, one of those vehicles is going to pop soon, or a nade is just going to be sent over the top. Tron just has to be a really, really sick starter here for the team. Has to find 1 or 2 knocks to even get themselves out of this situation.
And that it does, but it looks like Carya are just circling like a shark in the water. They smell blood. And they are on the hunt for the eliminations. They are on the hunt for those points. but they're not going to be going for that push just yet. We still do have 16 teams and 59 players after almost 11 minutes have passed. And there's a ridiculously large number of players who are still alive. Especially, I mean, the first zone, a little bit of a struggle, but not too crazy. The second one now still hasn't decided. We could see a massive shift towards the south side. And then we'd see a lot of players in a difficult situation. But it's closing in slowly but surely. In 15 seconds, we'll find out where their fate will be decided on this map.
I think if we're looking at this, I think you're right. Absolutely, it's a bit of a difficult one to predict where it's going to go and where you want to be in the circle, what places you want to take. Good job from Papara SuperMassive though. Tron as well as Lost have been holding this down, and Boars are still afraid to take this fight, despite there being two teams going up against one another. We do go south. It's not terrible. Teams can play on that high ground going down towards Rozhok. There is a possibility for any teams that are on 2 players. I mean, if I was Papara SuperMassive, I'd love to be able to get out of this one and head down towards Rozhok or just play out the rest of the game there, as there's a lot of buildings to work with. But I don't think Carya are going to let that happen at all. Neither are Boars, for that matter. A lot of teams getting more and more into this capability now with those hovercraft that you just pummel it with bullets. Get it to explode as early as possible. Otherwise, it's a real nuisance to deal with.
Yeah, it really does take quite a decent bit of time to shoot it and take it down. You need the whole roster to do it if you're going to do it quickly. It's not going to be a solution that they can use right now. But a SuperMassive. Oh, no, Trombi, no. Well, there's not much you can do there. And it is going to be Lewis on his own. Last member standing for SuperMassive. And looks like he won't survive for that long. They will finally be taken out and stuck at 81 points. The fact that first is 80, second is 50, and then instantly we dropped to 35. But yes, don't forget, that is 5th place. There's still a couple of teams. But again, crazy. 31-point lead, 5 games in.
Yeah, it's very impressive. Definitely very impressive. I think for Papara SuperMassive right there, they get absolutely crunched in. I think Tron was doing his best with the position he had. Fortunately, Lost wasn't really able to help from that position. Any players on that building were just stuck. We saw it with Nico. Tron was the only one who had an angle on the outside, and it's good fortune they even have him there. But I think Papara SuperMassive can be afforded a couple of bad games here and there. And even on that bad game, they're getting 3 Edams. It's not terrible. It really, really isn't terrible. But yeah, Falcons right now down towards that south side, playing alongside the bunkers. Good position to have. I have no idea what Boars are doing. I don't know why they're still playing in this area. I guess they're just waiting to see what happens next.
Maybe they are. Looks like they're stepping up to the TheNoisyBoys and Anorthosis Famagusta.
Bye. Oh, good damage.
It's quite a lot of damage coming out, but this fight between the TheNoisyBoys and Anorthosis Famagusta might attract a little bit more attention. If it does not get wrapped up quickly by Anorthosis, there's just one member left you have to take care of. But Mozaro is not going to make it easy. He's going to swing out. He's going to take one down. Meanwhile, Anorthosis get eliminated by Boars, and Mozaro survives.
Yeah, there's actually really nice back-to-back plays there. First nade was pretty beautiful. Not easy always to get it through that crack in the window, but able to do it twice in a row there is lovely. Second one almost on target. It could have been a back-to-back elim on those nades there. Look at the circle though. We head down towards that south side. I don't think Poser needs to be playing here. But they can certainly go for this for Carya. It's similar to what I was talking about earlier with Papara SuperMassive. This position is nice for like a 2-man squad. But if you're Carya, you can kind of play the bridge, you play Rozhok, you comfortably hold on to your members. You can always retreat back down there anyway. And it means that a lot of these teams on the north side have to fight first. But if you're Carya making this play, you are looking for a podium finish off the back of that.
You are, and now looking towards the zone and where it positioned itself. I did mention the possibility of it going south, and it has again, and Carya is going to be very happy with that if the zone favors them in Rozhok. But at the moment, Falcons, good position, Jetgo and IWNRX. Right now, our sights are on Beşiktaş and Ida Esports. As Zeptimus is trying to find a way in for himself and his squad. Meanwhile, Jetgo, just looking at them on the elimination feed, not having a great time. They have 2 of their members knocked, 1 player left alive. Not sure if there is a possibility for them to get those revives. Yeah, it is going to be just one right after the other picked off by multiple teams, whether it's Falcons, whether it's IWNRX, who were opening up, but were not able to secure the elimination onto them. Beşiktaş, we did measure they were trying to find a way in. It looks like they have by completely ignoring Ida and driving all the way around them and a lot of other squads. But it looks like they went right into the embracing arms of freedom. Can he take him down? No, the DPS is ready. 4FS.
4FS. A lot of damage coming that way.
It's becoming absolutely crazy with the amount of teams that are jumping into this. And 4FS, yeah, elimination secured. And by Falcons, actually, on that one.
Falcons are in a good spot for a while. Like I said, playing around bunkers is a good position to have. 4FS looking over towards Jetgo. There's a nade in. Not quite on target. Jetgo with Freedom currently playing just on a little bit to the left-hand side there over towards the hay bales. But yeah, I think that, you know, if all things come to fruition, Falcons should win this game. It's a great position to be in this early on. I'm just worried because I've seen plenty of times in the past where Falcons are unable to hold on to a position like this, where it's not entirely a compound, but it is a cover to work with. But they do need to be very, very efficient with the way they play this.
Yeah, that they do. Meanwhile, we'll see a fight between S2G and Asgard. Well, 2 members of S2G, as Kelsey is just on the ground waiting for an opportunity for someone to revive him once this fight is done. Meanwhile, Asgard pull up. Koa might be third partying. Well, there's someone third partying in this because it wasn't HamCG that opened up and got that knock. Somehow it was him on Akron. What in the world is going on right now? Sefkan, last member from ASG. Holding, but for how long? Regnum Carya, first game of the day, and they're out just like that. S2G lose out on another one of their members. HamCG not able to wrap up this fight quickly enough. Icy will not be there to help him, but finally he wraps up that fight. It took a little too long, but he finally got the job done.
Yeah, great smokes for the entirety of that as well, just denying sidelines and pushing them out to the edge of the blue, which really made things uncomfortable. Circle moves over towards that northeast side. When Regnum Carya came in, I thought there was a good opportunity for them to get something done in a big way there. Unfortunately, they get collapsed on by 2 separate teams almost immediately, which was a little bit unfortunate considering from Ida, they've been hovering around that north side for a while, not really making too much noise, but Regnum Carya was just doing coming into the circle with what information they had, but yeah, they get pincered. Not a great place to be in, and they get run down as well, which makes matters even worse.
Eight teams now in the stage blank, which I feel like is kind of low, no? 8 teams at this point.
Yeah, it's just a horrible area of the map, right? Like,
yeah, we don't.
Not much here to work with. It's on a slope. The slope's fairly open unless you're on the west or the east side, where it slightly curves, which is going to give you a little bit of sightline cover. But yeah, it's very typical for this area of the map. Again, though, I like what Carya did. They played down towards the southeast side, and they've just been holding this ridge side for a long, long time now. But again, they need to come off this game with like a podium finish.
They do. Meanwhile, Ida, Spada, IWNRX, who had S2G in their sights. Crazy triangle of fire there between the 3 teams. But hey, they made it out. And they continue. Meanwhile, Carya trying to cut off the rotation of Shockwave. Takimi. Just not having a great time right now, Takimi. One more bullet, CEO. There it is. Actually, Icy was the one that stole that away! Icy steals both eliminations of Shockwave away.
Oh, he was going to blow up his teammate for a second there. Swen's coming in from IWNRX from the side. Just scouting out what's going on down here. Should have a good idea that there is a team down there, and it is Poser to find Hamzy. Guy just cannot catch a break right now. Lovely shot, though, by the way, from the ridge side. Actually sort of confused how he even caught him on that. Really good spot. This should be a Falcons game. Good rotate from them towards this position. They've held it down nicely. And I think the big thing is a lot of people might say, oh, they had circle look on this one. They've actually been very proactive in this game. Right? They keep rotating around, spawning things out. They had someone to say over towards the engagement between them and Regnum Carya, making sure they couldn't push in, limit the amount of teams assaulting that location. I think it's been a fabulous game from the Falcons.
I mean, listen, you... Oh, hold on. Well, it was quick, it was easy, and it didn't take that long, but S2G's out. Regarding the Falcons and them having a game, I agree the position is theirs. They have been playing pretty well so far. And when it comes to, oh, the zone favored them, oh no, the zone gave them the game. Listen, I've seen so many games where teams were basically spoon-fed zone time and time again, but they were not able to use it. They just sat there, no eliminations, no points. They get to the late game. They never rotate out of that position. They never use it in any way, shape, or form. And they end up getting second or third, getting placement points with 0 elims. Did you really benefit that much from that game? Could you have gotten a lot more points? Yeah, if you used the position. Falcons have been. Not every team would be able to do the same.
Yeah. So you agree? It's good. Yeah, I think, yeah, like I said, they've been very proactive this match. Pushing up on the north side and then making sure they're scouting around the position. It's nice. It's very, very nice. Looking over towards the west, though, IWRX do finally need to leave that position that they've been holding for a long time. It's provided safety, but now they need to meet the rest of the players towards the center of this one, which is a pretty ugly position of the map to play in. I think you can tell it's ugly with the way Eid has been playing this out. Like, not even really wanting to play in the circle right now. They'd much rather play right on the edge of it as the blue starts to nudge them further towards the Falcons.
Slowly but surely. But I like this from Darkin as well. Just making sure he sweeps the entire area. Make sure he knows there's no stragglers. Their flanks are safe. And they can keep on going. Meanwhile, IWNRX currently 19th place, blank, with 17 points. And an opportunity to jump up in this leaderboard considering 16th, 17th, and 18th. All out. 4FS have 1 player, so there's not much that can be done by that solo. So, 1 opportunity for IW to get out of the danger zone. But they have to get some points, because right now it's just a 1 elimination, and whatever placement points they manage to secure themselves in this one. Nothing too crazy then.
Let's see how they play this one out. I mean, in this position, it's nice. In terms of nade cover for Falcons, having the 3-story, beautiful. Being able to switch between floors on that. The teams will see this as a focal point. 100%. Realistically, what Falcons needs is when Carya starts to push in, they need IWRX need to get involved as well as. 4FS is still up. IWRX were able to pick up a loot crate on their journeys over here. So level 3s will be there for 1 player. Not sure if they're able to get... Ooh, the Lynx AMR. Okay, that is actually a nice weapon. If you can hit the shots.
Well, it's time for him to show that he can. This would be exactly what they need to get the points that they want, huh? This would be perfect.
Come on. 1 tag. That's it.
Oh!
That's so
oh! No, but it's Kind that got it.
Yeah, it's no good shots from Kind there on the AUG. Now Koe needs to move back, and that was their forward outpost for the side of the Falcons. Unfortunately for IWNRX, I think they're lacking on vehicles, so an immediate push on that position is a little bit more difficult. On the other hand, though, Carya sees that weakness and will move forward.
Can they move forward in time before the revive is finished and see if they can wipe out Falcons? Nade from Rauf. This could be something massive, and that it is. Knock onto Marso, slows things down for Carya. Opens things up for Falcons, and look at that. IWNRX with the 3rd party. but they're getting third party themselves by Ida. And all of a sudden, again, triangle between 3 teams shows up. They start focusing each other, somehow helping each other as well. And I love this, the way they're running together, playing as a team. Now they're swinging onto Carya, see if they can secure CEO. Meanwhile, Ida and IW NRX are just tearing each other apart. Nade's gonna be coming in, frozen. This is absolute carnage between Ida and IW NRX. The timing that they jumped in was ridiculous. Another nade, and Emra goes down. So does Frozen. Kirkali's on his own against Darkin. Frozen should be... No, that heal came in literally the last possible second. But he was baiting, and Kirkali answers. Ida and IW NRX, the fight is done for now. The revive should be coming onto Swain in a few moments. Meanwhile, 4FS Loss is just being chilling, waiting for the placement points to come to him. Amre should not survive. He should not be able to walk back to Madcap. He should not be given that opportunity.
Falcons currently moving on the top side. Everyone had to move very fast here. Get over the top. Good nade from Koa. Swain goes down. It's in the back line. 4FS only just now show their face in that one player and lost. Not the loss we are used to seeing in those end games, but certainly a big target there. Koa getting taken out leaves Falcons in a bit of a precarious scenario now. We only 2 players from a game that looked like it was in their hands. Now it starts to flow between the fingers like sand.
9 elims is absolutely fantastic for them. Can they get the chicken dinner and the rest of the squads, though? You did say it was a Falcons win. Well, I mean, you predicted Regnum Carya coming into this one. They got 11th. Not much. Well, let's see if the positioning that Falcons were able to play with this entire time will benefit them a game. Redox. Good lord, he is so close. He's going to step up, and perfect timing with the DBS. Finds the opening on IW. But keep in mind, Ida is still in play. Nate coming in as well. Lovely placements from Redox and from Narvalo. They're looking to secure this one. Another couple of nades just come swinging right by each other, and Swain goes down. Redox finds this is the time to push. Do not give them an opportunity to go for the revive. Finish the fight, and that's what Redox does. 12 eliminations, and now it's a 2v1. Falcons versus Ida for the chicken dinner.
Can't count Madcap out, though. This guy is a killer on the side of Ida. Madcap has helped a lot of teams push through some really difficult moments. He also has hardcover to work with. Falcons likely going to have to move out into that open ground for just a second. Redo's going to send wide, so we're going in a 1-1 split here. Looking to get the scout on board. 4 nades in the hands of Madcap. It's just off target.
Well, now they know exactly where he is, though. Redox arming up a nade. See if he can hit it. Ooh, very close.
That's bad news. Yeah, they don't get any tag on it, which is a little bit unfortunate. Again, no tag, so the information gain is just not there. They roughly know his location. A nade came from this area. I think as soon as you see the buggy, you'd understand his locale. I think that realistically, Redox should have waited for Narvalo to get to this spot.
I agree. I think he should have waited. But look, the fact that he's not taking the 1v1. Oh, nice. Well, never mind. Don't need to risk it anymore. Narvalo with a perfectly placed nade. After a couple of attempts, managed to secure it, and that is going to be a Falcons winner chicken dinner. We were waiting for them, and they showed up. It's taken us some time. They had 31 points yesterday, but now with this one, that's going to jump them up to like 4th, maybe top 5 so far. But they still have a road to go. They still have to make sure that they are in top 16. IWNRX, they had a few elims towards the end as well. I want to see how many points they managed to secure at the final tally, and see how much they jumped as well in the overall leaderboard.
And when you're looking at Falcons, I think that was a good. That was actually a really good game from them. Again, there was a little bit of that carelessness, let's put it that way, as they push through on that south side, letting 4FS creep up on them like that. I think that maybe you expect another team there. Then again, you have that sense where Carya goes down, you think that's the entire squad wipe done, but then again, why is IWNRX not pushed up towards that position anyway? So yeah, it's a tough one. I think that everyone realized very quickly later on that they had to gain ground on that open space, which is why it was a massive go signal for everyone and all the action popped off so quickly. But the fact the Falcons still make it happen, just Narvalo and Redox, two players that had sort of lost their luster a little bit as players, it's really nice to see. And I think that is promising. It's promising for the team.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's been quite a few promising performances from some rosters. You know what? That's it. I think the copium right now. What are Boars doing? That's what I want to see.
Yeah, there's been a lot of copium for a lot of these teams, and yeah, I'm wondering what Boars are going to do too.
Yeah. I mean, look, I want to say there's still time for a few teams, but Boars have got to step it up. We talk about how many mistakes a team is allowed to make and how many games you can have where you end up with 0 points specifically. We give the limit at 2. Again, that limit can range depending on the level of qualification. If you're talking about 20 out of 24 or 16 out of 20, you can make a couple more mistakes, but ideally you don't want to, because that's still going to affect the way that you're going to perform in the grand finals as well and going forward. So you always want to put your best foot forward, and you can't really give excuses for any of those bad performances. So you have to work on whatever mistakes you're making and fix things before it gets to a dangerous level.
You just spotted him. I mean, Madcap sort of walks into it. He does have to move up. Really well cooked on it as well. MVP was Koa. Unsurprising for the amount of work he'd been doing last PMSL as well for EU. 500 damage, 3 elims, did go down a little bit later on, purely because the team didn't clear the building. But overall, fantastic stuff from the Falcons that game. Really, really enjoyed it. Eder as well starting to step up a lot more. I think that you were wanting IWNRX to get a little bit more done. Well, they certainly do that game.
Yeah, they're definitely going to help them up a little bit. But let's have a look at the rest of the little statistics that we have. Most damage, most scored. So Falcons were on fire that last game. 709, 4 eliminations. Not the highest numbers that we've seen so far. So there's still some work to be done all around. This game has been, I want to say, like, slow. It hasn't been a very high elimination game. It hasn't been that intense. It hasn't been that crazy. And the numbers can show us exactly that. Most distance, 330. We saw 427 yesterday, which we still don't know how. And here we got the stats from that last game completely. Decent amount of eliminations for Falcons. Like we said, 13. Decent number of damage as well. And look at that, Redox and Narvalo, 38 and 41 damage taken. They were able to survive until the very end of the game and barely took any damage. Okay, crazy from the duo. Very nice.
I mean, they didn't really have to. I mean, they had that 3 story for such a long time. And again, I think the reason that game is not high octane is just because of the circle itself. I mean, it's a tough circle to play for a lot of teams, and there really isn't a lot of opportunity to start sweeping on the sides. You saw so many squads there towards the end, all playing edge. No one wanted to play center because center sucked. So you just have to play on that edge of the map a lot of times, and then try and work it from there. By the time we got to zone 8, that's when teams started to think about actually hitting the center of the circle.
Yeah, because looking at what's happened in that last game, we were 18 minutes in and we had 8 squads. 19 minutes into the game, which is crazy. I love the range that we're getting. That's what I love. Just the difference between Rondo and Erangel from the beginning of the day. So we had so many players, so many teams in the first one, and then second game it was just because of the positioning of the zone. Of course, it was an absolute slaughter on so many teams. There were so many areas that were just not in fighting whatsoever. There's no cover. There's not much for you to work with or do anything with.
Yeah.
So it's expected for it to go that way. But you know what? This is what we get to see with PUBG Mobile. This is the level of craziness that we'll have to see in the competition.
It's been 2 really tough games, actually. I think there's some of the toughest circles I've seen so far in PMSL EU is just those 2 last games. I think that's a horrible spot to play over on Rondo, and it's a horrible spot to play over on Erangel as well. And I think that The only team that really benefited out of those 2 maps was the Falcons from that free story. They were able to pick it up. It's funny to me as well because I think that compound itself is actually pretty cursed in terms of PUBG Mobile. Most of the times, if you play it, it gets pulled out of the circle fairly early. But I'm glad they were able to play it for as long as they did, and people actually get to see the power of that building. Because I think if you watch esports, you look at that and you're like, that's not a great spot, but it is. It's actually an insanely good spot.
Yeah, if you know how to work it, if you know how to deal with it, it can do wonders for you. And right now, I wonder how many players we are waiting on before we get ourselves started with the 3rd game. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, 3rd match of the day for today means it is going to be Miramar, and the only Miramar that we will have for our 2nd day of the knockout stage. Every single group is going to be participating except, drumroll please, it is Group C, which somehow we're continuing the trend slowly but surely. Group C is Wildcats, Next Rüya. They're not going to be playing. Anorthosis Famagusta, Team Falcons, and Beşiktaş. They will be out. And Fenerbahçe, Oscar, and XSlay Esports will be jumping back in with us into this next game as well. What do you think that? Falcons get a chicken dinner. No opportunity to build on that momentum, and they take a break.
Yeah, I think it actually works quite well for a team like Team Falcons. I don't think they're super high octane teams anyway. So what they want to go for is essentially just really consistent games, be able to pull it off towards those last final zones. I think that's where they start to shine a lot more, when they really tactically think about 4 or 5 teams around them and how they're going to deal with them as we saw during this match. But yeah, I think for them now taking a break is really nice because they get the morale up, then they get to consolidate a little bit. They get to jump back into the games rather than being like, okay, now we have to recreate that again. I think for teams like Papara SuperMassive, they're absolutely able to build the momentum.
And they've been able to do that across the past 2 days and across the past 6 games that we've played so far. Falcons, 23 points at the end of that one. IWNRX, 10 points. And those 10 points are going to be huge considering that they were in 19th. And there was a difference of like 7 between them and 4 or 5 teams ahead of them. So this should give them a little bit of respite. 4FS as well. The fact that their solo player lost was able to make it all the way to top 3. 9 points for him and the squad. Fantastic. S2G. 6 points, 8 for Carya, 4 for Jetgo, and then the rest. Regnum, Carya, not the best, supermassive, worst game we've seen from them so far, but it's fine. I mean, you're sitting at 81 points, and at this point, you're definitely over the threshold of qualifying, and we'll see you in the finals. And I want to see the same performance from Papara SuperMassive in the grand finals of PMSL EU. TheNoisyBoys, Boars, and Asgard struggling in this game, but let's have a look at the overall leaderboard and see exactly who's in danger and who is not. Falcons jumped to 2nd now with 57, but of course, Papara still first.
Yeah, Papara at 81. It's still a phenomenal lead from them, but Team Falcons jumping up to 2nd. I don't know how they keep doing it, but well played to them. They're able to hang on. It's nice. It is nice. Anorthosis Famagusta definitely surprising team for me right now at 53. I'm glad that BRA is able to continue that streak at 50. But yeah, great stuff. Great stuff.
And the 2nd page of the leaderboard paints some not so great stuff. When you look at Fenerbahçe, 25, 2 points ahead of Asgard, who's 2 points ahead of Shockwave and ULF, and then you have Boars in last place with 15, but they will still be playing this game. They'll be taking a break next game for the likes of Boars, S2G, Ida, and TheNoisyBoys. But right now, Boars, ULF, Shockwave, Asgard, everyone's eyes are going to be on you. We want to see you perform a little bit better. That's if you want to make it into the next stage. But it's not going to be an easy one, though. These lobbies have been very, very difficult.
Yeah, the lobby is pretty tough. It's definitely pretty tough. And I think that you're looking at ULF right now. I'm kind of worried for them. And it's weird because ULF is comprised of some very, very good players. Here's our MVP ranking, lost obviously at the top with 23 elims and 6 assists, because this guy doesn't get assists. He only gets elims. He does not help the team. Darkin just a little bit below there on either side. But yeah, very, very good stuff.
So yeah, he is once again just almost a third of the team's points just with the eliminations that he's secured. They have a total of 81. He has 23 in elims only. God knows how many points he was able to secure for the team placements-wise, just by, I'm not saying surviving as the last player, but staying alive until the very end of the game as well. That man has been on fire, and he's staring that MVP medal in the face. He wants it.
Yeah, I think it'd be very unlikely if Lost doesn't pick up the MVP for this tournament, honestly. With the way he's been playing, it's been very surprising to see like a new name like this come out from nowhere. I think last PMSL EU, Koa was the MVP, but that was somewhat expected because I think throughout all of his other teams, he was always like the star player on there. I've seen Lost play before, but just never to this level. It's incredible how much of a level up they've had. But yeah, I think for Papara SuperMassive, they're always in the back of people's minds, but they were never at the forefront, right? They were never towards that frontal lobe. This time around, though, it has been some great development from them. Now, I think we can sort of ignore Papara SuperMassive a little bit until we get towards day 3 and they've qualified and how well they've done and how much they'll be taking home, likely $4,000. But I think it's some of those teams underneath that we really want to zone in on. To me, I think, but I'm counting out Boars. I don't want to talk about them anymore. I think right now they are big sucking.
They are.
I think Ulf definitely can make it up there. S2G's in a worrying position, though.
They've been in the same worrying position in the previous stage as well, and didn't really change, if I'm being honest. Weren't really able to salvage any one of their days. They weren't really able to salvage their performances either. It's just they need to put in a lot more work if they want to perform to the same levels that the organization has previously. But for now, not seeing it. Previous stage, they literally qualified by a difference of like 2 or 3 points from the team that was in 19th and 20th as well. So they were on the edge. And right now, they're very close to that edge once again. And it's not really like a huge lead between them and the teams that are in the bottom of the leaderboard as well. So, and realistically still, one good game for any one of those teams and a bad game for you, you're going to be swapping positions, and that's not where you want to be. You want to hold on, make sure you stay in that top 16, never feel the fear of being in the danger zone.
I think that is the difficulty for some of these squads where I look at them and I'm like, well, I don't think you even have the capability to have a good game. So this is tough. I mean, even for Boars, right? It's very, very obvious. I said I won't talk about them anymore, but I have to in this instance. But even for them, like that last match is very telling to me where you look at them come down for that third party and they just ignore it. They back off. And I think because they're playing scared and they're never going to earn points like that. And some other teams are certainly playing very similarly, where they're refusing to go for those big team fights because they're worried, because they're scared of their position. And that's going to really cause some big upsets. Anyway, we have Miramar after we've done quite a bit of yapping, but we're getting into it very, very shortly. And I'm excited to watch another map on the desert.
And here we go. And would you look at that? We are once again focused on the southern side of the map, but it is our third match of the day. Miramar, sunny as always. Just crossing the halfway point with this game here. 3 out of our 5 matches of every single day. And here we get to have a look at the full leaderboard just before we see the teams drop to their favorite locations in this sunny desert. But what awaits is the zone.
Southern playing path, though, again, we're getting a lot of these over the course of PMSL EU. We like to be on the south side. I think that over towards the north, it's going to be a little bit difficult. Towards La Cobreria, Ruins, not easy. But we're jumping straight into it. Papara SuperMassive out very, very early, moving over towards Minas Generalis. But it is Pot Paraiso that's currently contested between, I think that is Asgard as well as the TheNoisyBoys, if I'm not mistaken on the logo.
TheNoisyBoys are just east of Truck Stop.
All right, so who is getting battered by Asgard right now?
S2, no, it's not S2G.
No.
It's not IWNRX, bruh. Oh, wait, which color is that? Well, we're jumping into it. It's Fenerbahçe!
It is Fenerbahçe.
Not good. Fenerbahçe are in not a good position at the moment. 16th with 25, 4 points behind S2G. 3 points behind, or 1 point rather, above Asgard. So it's a fight of the bottom teams at the moment, 16th and 17th. Meanwhile, ULF and Carya as well. You can see ULF with that point, stepping up now to 18th place. Everyone's looking to improve their positioning, their placements.
Regnum Carya on our screens. Obviously didn't do too well last game. Already losing Silas is a really big blow to them. Then again, he can sit back and just IGL, I suppose. That was the relaxing portion of a game. When you're IGL, you can go down the first couple of moments of the game. You just start micromanaging all the players. But playing on a street very early like this here on Miramar, that's very detrimental to the rest of your match. Luckily, because it was a southern plane path and now a southern circle, no one's had to move too much, and Cruz de Valle, El Azahar isn't really taken up. The big benefit of this is that, like I said, everyone can get into position nice and easily. The difficulty is that it is jam-packed.
That it is. It is going to be full. But who is going to be the one that's favored at the end? Who's going to get the points? Who's going to get the elims?
Who do you think is going to be favored at the end?
I think it's a 50-50.
Between who?
Both of them.
Both of who? We have 16 teams.
Okay, it's a 50-50 between all of the teams. Somehow.
Right.
It's a series. It's a series of coin flips.
Okay. Walk me through that.
I'd rather walk you through this fight between ASG and Fenerbahçe.
You can't just say stuff and then have no backing.
Yes, I can.
That's
Watch
crazy.
me. Asgard and Fenerbahçe are going to show us something insane. I'm hoping to dig me out of this hole that I have dug myself.
Oh dear. Well, let's get back into the game.
You know what? We should. We should. We really should.
Yeah, Fenerbahçe and Asgard, difficult position. Papara start getting out from there. I mean, you're not likely to disengage easily from that spot. So either you're going to have to go down south or head up over towards that north side. But they're so embroiled between one another that, yeah, I think likely Asgard's going to try and finish off Fenerbahçe down in that position. I don't think they're going to be getting too much further into this game. I don't know when Regnum Carya lost Silas, though, because it didn't feel like there's too many teams around them.
I think it was the pickup by ULF, maybe. Yeah, they were close enough to them around La Bandita. They might have just caught one of their players who was heading for a vehicle rotation, or just picking up a vehicle rather, and they were spotted out on the way. Could be something as simple as that. Could be not. Who knows? But I think I'm gonna go back and try and check just to be safe. But I think it was a pickup by ULF.
Yeah. I mean, likely. Hopefully the single elimination are the ones close by. So probably them. Still weird. Again, I think there was... I suppose it's because it's Southern Plane Path, Southern Circle. Most teams are looking for vehicles in a similar area. And you get a little bit mixed up on those crossings.
El Pozo currently just populated by the likes of Shockwave. This is one of those games, of course, with Falcons not being there. El Pozo is going to be for Shockwave in its entirety. So they shouldn't be really feeling any kind of stress in that situation. But I want to know how they're going to move. Because right now, we do have a decent amount of teams that have centralized themselves in our first zone. We got Regnum, we got Bra, 4FS, Oscar, and ULF. And I believe Papara SuperMassive as well. All of them have kind of migrated towards Los Leones, all around it. No one's playing in the center of the city. Everyone's on the outskirts from all directions. Boars are seeming like they want to jump into that as well. Everyone's feeling like this is going to be a Los Leones game. Maybe they're onto something.
Asgard. Hope not.
Yeah, yeah. City finish is horrible. It takes forever. It's incredibly difficult for the teams, and it's hard to commentate. Not gonna lie, and it's also hard to analyze. There's only so much you can break down from a city finish because it's just chaotic.
I'll have to disagree, but
What? Okay, go for it.
yeah, I mean, there's definitely analysis to be done in a city finish in terms of positioning where you want to go. And I mean, Los Leones is probably one of the more fun ones, in my opinion. Just because there is some very, like, noble positions in that area. You have the high ground scaffolding as well, which is nice to play around. But mostly, I think right now it's not fun because I don't know why so many teams are clustering around Los Leones. You don't really want to go there too early. It is an awkward position to get yourself out of. But then again, I guess there's not too many other areas on the map players want to pick up. You're just going as central as possible. But why on stage 1? Stage 2 is always the biggest zone shift out of any of our maps. This could go absolutely anywhere. So, like moths to a flame, these teams from Los Leones.
Yeah, you know, I agree with you. I'm surprised that they're all going so deep into. It's just the first zone, boys.
Yeah.
It's just the first zone. I don't know why everyone's so quick about their first rotation, but you know what? We'll see how it turns out. We'll see what happens if the zone decides to shift in favor of Los Leones and all those teams, or if it's going to force all of them to move over. We'll find that out in a couple more seconds. And the shift looks like north of Chumacera. So yeah, wow. So okay, everyone who was in Los Leones, move, get in your vehicles and drive.
Yeah, again, it was just a weird one to me. Very, very weird one. I think at that moment, like you're just looking for more loot, you're looking for more utility. I think especially when you know there's so many teams in this location, you just want to pick up as many smokes as possible to make these crossings later on more forgivable. Especially in this area where there is a lot of open ground around Picado. Moving between buildings is actually a big part of the game in this area. You need smoke trains at time. So why did we all just send to Los Leones? But yeah, it was a bit of a hive mind situation there for our squads.
Yeah, everyone's like, Los Leones, go. Zone 2, nope, get out. Hold on a second. S2G and Ida. Right now, Darkin and Madcap in a area situation. Calce not giving them a lot of breathing room with that mini 14. They do have the smoke to give themselves some cover. And at the moment, they are also in the center of the zone. So a couple more teams might start hearing this, might start spotting them out, and apply a little bit more pressure. Because right now, SG have kind of calmed down on that front. Hello, Shockwave. Rotating from the north side. North of Monte Nuevo, just coming across power grid, and now might be going for the mountainous area just south of San Martin and going above S2G.
I think for Shockwave, not a bad spot actually. You can play that plateau quite nicely. I think looking over the top side of S2G, the main difficulty there is actually getting off that top side and getting down the hillside towards some of the buildings. And it's not likely it's going to end up in Northwest on that plateau. The best case scenario for Shockwave is this delays their game a little bit longer whilst other teams are fighting.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of teams getting delayed, Fenerbahçe is still in Puerto Parisio, and Asgard just started moving a couple of seconds ago from the area. They got in their vehicles and they're now headed towards the zone. So Fenerbahçe are going to be very, very late to the party in a game that they need to perform in. 25 points, 24 in Asgard right behind you. Top 16, yeah, you're in the safe spot for now, but what, with a difference of 1 point and then 3 from 3 other teams? No. You have to step it up. You were one of the top teams in the previous stage. You cannot be performing like this. You cannot be playing like this. You looked so different in the prior week. And so did you, Regnum Carya. What's going on with you?
I think Regnum Carya's just had some tough games, honestly. They've just had some weird moments all over the place. Right now, they've actually got quite a nice spot, in my opinion. I do like this position of the map for them. I like it a lot more when you have 4 players being able to look out over towards that eastern side, but I think they're just going to dip over towards Picado as fast as possible. Considering they dropped around there at the beginning, they are going to have to contend with another team as they move into it. And I saw a lot of other teams also making that crossing. Shockwave, like I said, getting off from that hillside was always going to be difficult. They try and make it happen, but S2G far quicker on the ball.
S2G trying to eliminate the potential threat that Shockwave could pose. Meanwhile, Regnum Carya trying to hold this position that they just jumped into, but it looks like there's a lot of competitors. We got Braun, we have Ida as well, we got Jetgo, we got SuperMassive a little bit further on. We still have 16 teams, 13 minutes into this game. This is Miramar. This is how it works. It takes some time, but the second it heats up, ooh, it's going to be spicy.
This game's going to be a bit of a weird one just because there are these buildings involved around Picado. A lot of times it's going to be whoever got there first, basically, is going to really benefit on this game. And those buildings, once occupied, it's very hard to push teams out from there. So if you were late, like some of these teams were on the outer edge, they've remained there. The only teams that are able to get towards Picado and make a mad dash for it were the ones that were just about 400, 500 meters out, and you saw all of them make that move early. Now, they're betting on the circle moving over towards Picado, and you've got to make that gamble. You have to make that gamble, because if so, then you are guaranteed a top 5 off the back of it. Teams on the outer edge, though, they're hoping this moves further off towards the east, further down towards the south, give them more opportunity to stay in this game. But yeah, it's a difficult one. And it's going to be a little bit slow here on out. It is absolutely going to be a little bit slow here on out, other than the southeast traffic jam.
I'm looking towards that south right now, and I see 2 different decisions that have been made by Asgard and by Fenerbahçe. Fenerbahçe going for the eastern entrance into the zone, where they will be meted by 4FS. And ULF. Meanwhile, Asgard decided to go for the southern western entrance. They have Boars and XSlay, along with maybe Oscar, that they'll run into. Might see a little bit of fighting between them if they run into each other. But at the moment, it doesn't seem like it. And Asgard and Fenerbahçe are both going to enter. Fenerbahçe is the one that lost one of their members early on. They do not have their full strength. So it is going to be a little bit harder for them. And S2G, you mentioned, they were one of the first teams to arrive in this location. And they've been here for a while. They did not allow Shockwave to take a threatening position against them. And they're able to hold their ground.
You have to hold this spot. You have to hold this spot anyway. If you're S2G, no one else is really looking over towards this ridge side right now. We are going to get the shift on the circle now, and it does favor towards Picado. So a lot of our teams on the outside edge are left out to dry now. It's very awkward. You even have this dip over towards the eastern side, which is a bit weird to work with for some teams. But yeah, I think anyone who was able to get over towards Picado nice and early are really quite happy with the result they've been able to grab off the back of this.
I still can't believe halfway through this game and all the teams are still alive. That's crazy. I want to see how long it can actually go on for in this map.
Yeah, it's just a ton of space. There's absolutely a ton of space to work with. We don't really... And this is one of the maps and one of the circles where come stage 5, stage 6, it is disgusting to play because you have no choice but to get involved with other players.
See, well, Oscar decides to get involved. Pluto's just letting it fly towards Boars here. Havlik is ready. Meanwhile, there is already a close-range fight. Snowix was eliminated. There was no opportunity for him to get a revive. Meanwhile, Polly, a little bit of damage. I believe coming from the direction of XSlay, so there is a potential for a third party, and that's a 16 minutes is when we see our first team get eliminated. Whoa, from Havlik though. Havlik and Kvik are able to peek, take down 2 more members. Oscar, I think they're down to that last one now. No, they still have a duo left. Pluto a little bit off in the distance, and Polly closer to the danger. He's gonna take this fight with Kvik. He is able to dance around a little bit more. Havlik not gonna give him an opportunity to heal. It's a 1v1. You do not lose this. Pluto with the backup, and Boars bite the dust. In 15th, they go with 2 eliminations. Nothing to write home about for them, and another fight unfolds. You thought we were gonna have all these teams alive? This entire lobby? Hell no! All hell breaks loose in this lobby now. And Carya looking for their share. Marso was a little bit over-aggressive. Gets knocked out for his troubles. Lewis in a position to be very, very threatening to this TNB roster. Not able to pull the trigger quick enough. TNB, they get in a limb, they get another knock, and they get out. But this nade might not stop them. It actually does, though. Gets one onto Oron. The revive should be able to finish. This could be a continued push. TNB decide to abandon the revive. They're abandoning the fight that they were winning? Why?
TNB
Now it...
trying to work this one out. I mean, Carya, the top side, CEO's doing some good work right now, and TNB, despite having all the advantage here, all the sidelines, Carya's holding on. And I think Carya's been very resilient today.
Yeah, but I want to say TNB have been very reactive rather than they had the advantage, and now you can't heal outside the blue. Kenzo is gonna go down. NoisyBoys done and dusted. They had such a massive advantage. It was a 4v2 and they decided to dip. Yes, I understand that the zone was going to shift, but it still hasn't, and you had the time. Such a poor call, I feel like, from TNB.
Yeah, trying to clear our space. It doesn't work out, though. I mean, most of the space is already taken, especially on this next circle as well, over towards Picardo. A lot of these teams on the outer edge know that they're done for. If it's not for some of these quick pushes, these quick takes, it's just GG. Like, how do you make this work? I think the way that any team could make this happen is to assault Regnum Carya, but how do you even know this is a 3-man squad? You just don't. Asgard, though, despite starting to put Pariso, load in the side of Picardo on that west side. Only one player taking a knock and a flush, but honestly, all things considered, that's a very high value play.
Yeah, they made the better decision between them and S2 or not S2G, rather Fenerbahçe. Fenerbahçe was the one that was stuck with them in Puerto Parisio in the earlier stages of the game. Each team had a different thought process, and looks like Asgard are the one that benefit the most from it. Lovely rotation, and they should be able to stay in Picardo until the end of the game if the zone keeps shifting there. The teams who are playing edge in XSlay, 4FS, ULF, and I think maybe even S2G, they might run into some troubles, and 4FS will be running into ULF. Now it's going to be one of them going down. This is not looking good for 4FS.
No, I mean, it still could go in the favor of 4FS, but for me, this is definitely a moment where I'm like, I need ULF to have some kind of impact here, not just go down, because they have incredible players on side, and it is just crumbling, falling apart. Yes, it's a difficult part of the lobby to play from, but these are veterans, all veterans from PUBG Mobile playing together, all same language. How are they doing this badly?
If I start that conversation, I fear it may not end, so I'd rather not. You're looking at the good cop in this conversation. You're the one, you're the bad cop. You're the one who tells them how bad they are, and I just give them copium.
I'm okay with that. Someone's got to lay down the law a little bit here.
All right. Well, that's your job, Blank. You're on it. I can't do it. I don't have the heart. I feel bad.
Can't feel bad. Criticism where criticism due is needed at times. Why some of these teams won't improve. And I mean, I'm not always the best to give criticism. I do make mistakes sometimes, but it's just unfortunate. It makes me sad as well seeing ULF perform like this, because I do think this is a team with, in fact, international capability.
Mm-hmm. I agree. And you know what? I don't really have criticism for Carya. I just have some praise. You said it, they were able to hold on in that fight versus the NoisyBoys, and now the way that they played the fight around ULF, another pulling the trigger, continuing the fight, applying the pressure onto that last member of ULF as well. But the thing is, how are they going to make it into the next zone? Because it is quite open, and there's 1, 2, good lord, 6, 7 teams already in Picardo. Or at least in this current zone, so it's going to be a difficult one. Regnum Carya just full send it right into the city. And they all make it alive? Okay. Very well-timed rotation from them.
Yeah, very, very nice. Again, I think there's a lot of there's a lot of spots on the map that are open for this kind of play. And it's weird because I think teams are so frightened to make these pushes that they just have not. So there's a lot more areas on this map in Picado that are free. Everyone's just had it in their head for so long that Picado is filled with teams that no one's made these pushes, which is incredible. It doesn't always happen often. Here's Papara SuperMassive. 4 absolute titans of players. Will get taken down from Ketch up on high, and Ketch is on a tear right now. ULF is on 7 elims, and I think a lot of that is on Ketch.
And he exposed his position. Wasn't able to secure the elimination. He did get the knock. There's a bit of pressure on Carya at the moment. There's a lot of pressure onto XSlay. And their fight between them and Jetgo and Asgard does from the distance. Yep, they're going to be picking up a couple more elims. Meanwhile, Ketch, hold on, is taking down members of Carya. I think he took down one, he knocked the other. And meanwhile, XSlay in the open. Out for the count at the hands of Jetgo. Teams are getting eliminated, and they're dropping like flies now. The closer we get to the city, the more teams are eliminated. And ULF finally catch in 9th place for the team. And now they're in 14th. The teams are advancing. Solke peaks. And this is a problem with the city finish. The second you peak to take a pick on someone, someone's taking a pick of you.
It's going to slow down a little bit. Most of the teams on the outside edge are getting pruned. Getting absolutely pruned. Most of it's going to come down to these teams inside of Picado where things are going to really slow down. Always a very, very fun finish in Picado. Currently, S2G playing a little bit further down. They have slight control over towards apartments, which is nice to have. But yeah, all these teams on the outer edge getting picked off as we go. And everyone is working together right now. We'll deal with each other later inside of Picado, but we can't let anyone else in.
Yeah, the enemy of my enemy of my enemy of my enemy of my enemy of the other enemy is my friend. They're all my friends until they're my enemies. That's what I'm seeing from all these guys. 6 teams in the city, 1 team trying to enter. Not today.
I mean, I'm still very surprised that Asgard were able to make that wrap on the west side, because I think Shockwave actually tried to make that play earlier, but did it too early. By that point, a lot of teams were watching for that western rotate, but Asgard really takes their time with it. By the time they go for the play, S2G is watching, but way too late. They only get 1 pick, and I think Asgard's very happy just to get 3 players in here. I think Asgard would have been pleased to get 2 players in here, to be perfectly honest. But that is a nasty shift on the circle. Even though it goes dead central, it does pull away from a lot of teams who made that western rotate early on, like Asgard, who now have to make a bit of a mad scramble off to the eastern side. In the meantime, though, you do have BRA who are playing in a building that watches the road crossing, which is going to be a big portion of the game for these teams if it should move further towards the east, towards Papara SuperMassive of all teams.
I feel like when it comes to Asgard, they're just asking you rather, hey Blank, you want to see us do that crazy stuff again?
I'd love to see what they do next.
I want to know what the rotation is going to be. But you know what? Another team that did something not, I would say, not as drastic, but very similar to Asgard was Regnum Carya, because they're the ones who are in the center of the zone. They're the ones who also have 3 players alive and well. And they're looking to make something happen in this game. And Asgard, with the 3 players they have, if they can make it into the next zone, if they can just cross this street, well, S2G says, no. One of them can't cross, and that's Akron. He's down. Real makes it. Okay, Real doesn't make it. So I'm assuming that last player is also not going to make it. And he's gone. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they can't cross the street.
It's a tough play. I mean, I respect the attempt. All right, I respect the attempt. I mean, they did it early as well. I think a lot of teams would have waited to make that push, and I'm glad that Asgard actually tried to go for it. This is also what I meant by earlier, where when we were talking about Los Leones, a finish like this in Picado, you absolutely need smokes to make that happen. If you haven't taken the time to grab those and be able to smoke train your way across, this is where smoke's util becomes extremely important. Which is why I was so surprised we had so many teams just flooding Los Leones early, instead of just like rotating through a lot of the buildings that are in this area, picking up as much utility as possible for this inevitable endgame.
Yeah, the end game is almost here. We're in the 8th zone. And I think, yeah, it just shifted a little bit more central. And then everyone's going to have to start moving. And everyone's going to have to start making that mad scramble to the finish line to grab themselves that chicken dinner. And Supermassive, the fact they have 4 players still alive, they are going to be on the edge of the zone. And they are still going to be extending that lead. And not allowing anyone to get closer. They're looking at breaking the 100-point mark in this game. And this would be in their 7th one for Papara SuperMassive.
It's possible. It's possible as well from that position they're playing. I mean, they're going to be in a little bit of trouble soon because you can see here they're right on the edge of the circle. They might need to start peeking around this little ridge. Is the only thing that's keeping them covered off right now. But they have to wait. They absolutely have to wait because it's teams that are starting to get crunched into this western side. They're going to start fighting one another. At which point, I do think that Papara SuperMassive's only option is to make a long wrap down towards BRA's compound, crash on the outside wall, and give themselves some cover that way. But there's going to be a lot of guns pointed that way at that point.
The question is, can the gun that I or Ida are going to point towards S2G, are those bullets going to hit? Are they going to deal damage? Because it's an advantageous fight in favor of S2G in a 4v3 situation. But there is third parties, and there is nades, and there's fights breaking out all over. But here we go. Carya versus Bra. Lewis versus Giskew. He's going to take one down, and now he's going to swing on to the next one. He secures the elimination. Quantum, is he going to let his teammate go down without a fight, without a trade? Lewis switching over, going for the revive. No, going for the heal rather. Quantum still not going for the push. He sees his finish. He's doing a bit of damage in this 1v1 between the two players. But trust me, there are fights breaking out all over. Quantum. This 2v1. The fact that Lewis brought the first one. Nade. Bye-bye. Quantum secures it. Carya's out. And now we have our top 5.
Down into zone 9, it's all going to get really hectic now. But Papara SuperMassive don't really have to move too much. Actually, they've just stuck out on that eastern side and no one's really looking their way. Papara SuperMassive absolutely could come off the back of this game with a chicken dinner. They open up with a first knock over towards Regnum Carya. Now the door is wide open for them.
But they're not the ones that are actually walking through that door. It looks like it might be Ida. With Amre now. Prepping. Papara SuperMassive also taking a fight with Jetgo. They're fighting whatever team they see, whatever player they set their sights on. This is exactly why a steady finish is absolutely bonkers towards the end. So many different angles to watch out for. Ida, Rita takes down Freedom. Jetgo Symphony goes down to Papara SuperMassive. They stealed that one away. But Merciless will be trading, and now Merciless, he just has a couple of cars for cover. Ida under Papara SuperMassive. Jetgo out in the open. Regnum between everyone. 30 minutes have passed and we still have 4 squads. But they're not going to last that much longer. This game ends here and now. Jetgo will take 4th. Not able to get more at the end. Amre, if he can take out the duo of Regnum Carya. Wolf steps right up to that roof and secures it. He takes that fight, and now Loxy should be able to secure the elimination onto Rita. No, it's actually Z-Wolf from the roof. As Papara SuperMassive also push in those final moments. Absolute carnage. Everyone's looking in every direction. Rita swings. He sees Loxy. He peeks back. But he can't be back that much longer. Rita with a knockout to Z-Wolf. Elimination stolen. Papara SuperMassive. 1 goes down, but 2 stay alive. And they get themselves another chicken dinner. And they definitely cross 100. Papara SuperMassive. What is going on?
Yeah, it's a huge
What a
game.
performance.
Huge game from Papara SuperMassive, honestly, playing from that eastern side. To hold up for that long. And again, the important thing is they still had utility to work with at the end of that game. They still had utility to work with, which was very, very important for them. I think that overall, for a team like that, it's going to be very, very hard to deal with them in the finals. I think if they continue playing like this, it's almost certain that they'll be heading through to PMGC. I'd have no doubt in my mind if they continue at this level. It's just incredible play. I don't know who is doing the coaching for this squad or what's happened behind the scenes, but they look insane.
Yeah. And the thing is, when it comes to, like you mentioned, qualifying for PMGC, you're not talking about them having the potential to make it from top 3 of PMSL, even if, let's say, their performance isn't the same level somehow when it comes to the grand finals of this competition. You know, playing on a stage in front of a crowd, that's always going to have some sort of impact on your level of play. But also the amount of points that they are gathering, the amount of chicken dinners that they are securing, that's all going for the points that they've secured when it comes to the Turkey region. And we know that there's going to be one representative from Turkey, from Eastern Europe, from Western Europe, points-wise. And so far, they're making a fantastic case with the amount of points they're getting in this split. So far, Papara SuperMassive, very, very happy with them. Looking forward to see what they can do in the final game. I believe they have one more. Yeah, their next game is going to be their final one, and then they're off. They're done. They don't need to be here for the 5th game of the day. But my lord, they are going to break that average they set in the first day. It's insane.
Yeah, it's actually awesome watching them play at the moment because it's so tactical. And again, a lot of the things they're doing just feel like they're at an international level. But in the meantime, we're going to head to a quick break and we'll be back shortly with our 4th and 5th match. See you soon.
Skibidi Toilet has arrived. New Skibidi Toilet object. Powerful enemies. Thrilling battles. Protect the base. Use WoW's powerful creation tools and build defense towers to your heart's content. Engage in intense battles. Various defense towers. Earn points in battle. Unlock more defense towers. Tons of strategies. Epic battles. Play now.
Welcome back, you young Rizzlers. Are you ready to destroy the Skibidi Toilet? Because yes, it is available in PUBG Mobile and you can take it down yourself. And we are back with our lovely PUBG Mobile Super League action for the region of Europe, and Blank, not too happy with that intro.
Yeah, I mean, I think Skibidi Toilet's a little bit. It's a little bit out of my range. Put it that way.
Listen, it's out of both of our ranges. It's insane. But you know, the fact that it's in PUBG Mobile is absolutely ridiculous. But you know what? You guys can destroy it if you want to. Just like these teams and these players are destroying each other to reach the PUBG Mobile Super League Grand Finals for Europe. 24 teams started off with us. 4 have been eliminated from the group stage, and we will eliminate 4 more once we are done with the knockout stage, which is where we are right now. We've officially just crossed the halfway point for all the teams as we are now heading into our 4th game of the day. It is going to be back on Rondo, I believe. Yeah, it is going to be back on Rondo. So back to a ridiculous amount of eliminations from the beginning we go.
Yeah, and I really hope that teams start taking a leaf out of Papara SuperMassive's book, though, and start thinking more about the end game as opposed to these early elims. Because the early elims are great, but are they going to keep you on top? Probably no. I think Papara SuperMassive, that's how they're staying on top here. I think it's fine to take those early fights and early engagements, knowing that you can win them. But should you go out of your way all the time if they're on the outside of the circle? I don't think so. Ketch absolutely deserved the MVP from that match with 6 elims, 800 damage. He salvaged that game. Salvaged that game for ULF because I think they had 7 elims total. 6 of those being from him. That's an incredible result. And Ketch, he fell off a little bit. I think there was one season, I think it was 2023 spring, where he was clearly the MVP. And then since then, he's kind of had this downwards trend, always been a pretty reliable player, pretty good player, but never towards that MVP caliber. But yeah, this game, he really showed that he's still got it in him. Still got it in him.
Yeah, that he does, with him surviving until the very last stages. But hold on. Oh my God. Blank. We have a higher number for grenade scores, and it's 3. We've seen 2s, we've seen 1s, but this is the first time we've seen 3s, and it is in the name of Ida and Darkin. He also had the most damage at the end of that last game, and 365 distance score as well. He's been doing quite a lot.
Yeah, he's taking 3 of the accolades, which is pretty cool. I mean, Darkin being more than half of this statistics page, which is cool to see. But again, Darkin has always been a very strong player. I think he was eclipsed by Aaron back when they were playing on Ida together. But it's nice to see him now kind of spreading his wings a little bit more and getting more recognition that he definitely deserved.
And he's been showing us exactly why he deserves it. And this roster deserves so much praise for what they've been able to put forward. Their consistency has been something inspirational in this stage of the competition. Just dominating stage 1, continuing that domination in stage 2. And I'm hoping to continue to see that when it comes to the grand finals and, of course, stage 3, the final one of the competition. Now, I was doing some quick maths for the previous rondo that we had. And what I have been able to find is that when we got to 4 teams left and 12 players left alive, at that point in time in that previous rondo, we have had a total of 77 eliminations.
77. Wow.
77 when we still had 12 players left alive. So I'm figuring out the math on, I guess, the team that won game number 1 and how many eliminations they were able to secure at the end. I believe that was Papara SuperMassive's.
Yeah. So it was 2 players left alive at the end game for the winning team. So you're adding 10 to that. So it's just 87 elims that game. Pretty nice.
Yep. So 87 eliminations with 2 players left alive. That, I think, was the most I've seen so far in a single rondo. In terms of how many recalls were initiated and how many eliminations that we've seen. This is the highest one. And I want to see more. I want to see more craziness because I think the teams are just getting used to being on this map and getting used to trying out this strategy.
Yeah, that's 27 additional eliminations that could have been thrown into the mix, which is quite a lot, honestly. And it definitely sways things. It's almost, if you look at it like that, you know, it's almost half an extra game's worth of elims, which can change quite a bit. The only thing is, though, is that when we actually looked at the scoreboards, if you look down, it was like 3 elims, 4 elims, 3 elims, 4 elims, 5 elims, 3 elims for like almost every team. So did it really change too much? I don't think so. The only team it really changed something for was Anorthosis Famagusta, because they were able to get 14 elims by the time they got towards that end game, and that definitely injected a lot more points towards them. But the rest, it sort of evens out, right? It was almost like that game never existed.
Like when I'm looking at all the other teams, there was maybe 2 or 3 that had a decent amount. Carya had 7, Abra had 9, and I think Oscar might have had 8 eliminations. But that's about the craziest that we got. And then the rest is, like you said, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, because we have so many fights in the early stages of the game with people dropping each other or just sending one player to the recall station while the rest just go bonkers and obliterate each other.
Yeah, so it sort of evens out a little bit, which is weird. So again, that's why I'm kind of looking towards Papara SuperMassive, and I'm thinking maybe we start taking that approach and play the games more normally. But it's a case of, well, if you do take an engagement, there's always that chance that you can just dip out from that engagement and go for the recall. And it does make those early game engagements a little bit more difficult to consider. But there you have the century has been achieved with 41 placement points and, more importantly, 59 elims. It's a lot of elims there, far more than their placement points to get towards total. So they are winning fights left, right, and center. And that's 3 out of the 7 games played total during this knockout stage that they have won. Team Falcons with 2 at 57. We are almost 50 points behind this team, which is incredible.
It's crazy. That's what it is. It's crazy seeing this much of a lead in this short amount of time. But this kind of opens up a conversation that we didn't have an opportunity to talk about in the previous stage. Previous stage, we didn't really have a very top-heavy leaderboard, which meant that the leaderboard was very even all the way across. But this time around, with it being extremely top-heavy, 100 points for our first place, I think that's going to mean that we have a very, very close-knit lower part of the leaderboard. And that's what we're seeing here. 26 for IW Next Rüya and Asgard. 27 for Beşiktaş. Fenerbahçe are just 1 point behind that elimination station from the competition. And then Shockwave and Boars 21 and 17. So yeah, it's going to be very, very close. And I like that. That's one thing I want to see towards the bottom. I want to see the competition get incredibly difficult and see how those teams deal with it. See how teams adapt to being in such a position.
Yeah, because we're getting to that point now where I was saying it earlier today, where the points vacuum is so big right now for Papara SuperMassive that 60 to 70 point margin is just not going to be there anymore. It's just not going to be there purely because so many of the points have been wished away at the top of the leaderboard by Papara SuperMassive. So you are coming in a situation where it could be like 30, 40 points by the end of it if teams at the bottom of the leaderboard keep playing the way they do and the teams at the top of the leaderboard continue their dominance. And we are slowly getting more to that era where actually you might be completely right, Sandstorm, that it could actually just be one game. It could be even the final game that determines not only one team getting into the grand finals, but it could be even 3 teams getting in those final moments.
And I would hate to be the team that's in the group that's skipping out on that last game. So because we're keeping the same orientation in terms of groups and who plays what game, the teams that are going to miss out on the last game are going to be Asgard, Carya, Shockwave, and Papara SuperMassive. Papara, nothing to worry about for them. The other teams, we will be on the lookout for them to see exactly what happens and how it works out.
Yeah, I think honestly, like you say, Papara SuperMassive, I don't really care that they're missing out the final game. I also don't think they really care about anyone catching up to them because I don't think they will. I think for teams like Asgard, I think they can still make it, but you are right. For them, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Luckily, we don't have any of the serious offenders in that group, I don't think. So at least it is going to be a case where they'll still be able to have that final game to make that jump.
Yeah. And right now, we are about to jump into our 4th game, into our 2nd rondo of the day. Here we go. Is it going to be a 1 plane path or 2? Make your decision, Rondo, but it looks like it is going to be just the 1. You know what? We got one today. We got a double plane path. It wasn't the spiciest, but we got it either way. I'm very happy. And now this plane path, not too bad, I want to say.
No, it's a very kind plane path. Again, it's going to launch people out nice and early. I think that it does favor some players over others. Players that tend to drop out early, like Beşiktaş here on Rondo, do have a slightly nicer time of it, dropping over towards Minhu. And teams dropping down towards Renjiang as well as Hushang. That's going to be slightly more difficult just because they are late out of the plane, late to loot up. If you're Beşiktaş, if you're ULF, you're looting early, which means you can get fighting early. Anorthosis, we know they love to get fighting in that early game. So them dropping out towards the beginning of this playing path and being able to head over towards this western side, they can get looted up and get gunning over towards some of these other squads. That is a
Oh.
nasty shift on the circle for a lot of our teams because they did send west. We're heading over towards Jordana City, and there's a little water involved here.
That there is, and that's the most amount of water you're ever going to get in a game of PUBG Mobile on Rondo. Don't think it's going to get any crazier than this. But what's crazy is looking at the hot drop situation. So we got Oscar and XSlay in Rinjiang. We have Regnum, Carya, and Falcons also next to each other. And now we see IWNRX. I think there was just one vehicle next to them. They might have secured a quick elim. And they have a recall beacon under their control as well. They're not going to need to use it for now. Might have to use it later on because they are a little bit far away from the zone.
Let's take a quick peek in over towards test track. Do have two teams there. Regnum Carya currently control the majority of it right now. No one's really fighting them. And this is a lot less engagements than we saw last time. And again, I do think people are looking back and being like, maybe we should just play this map normally, especially with such a tough circle as well. You don't want to really be delaying this rotation all that much in the early game. So you're just pushing out over towards the side. So those recall beacons are going to be more things that you fall back on as opposed to things you use aggressively.
Well, we won't be seeing any aggression. It seems this time around on our screens, especially on Fenerbahçe's side. We did see them fight off against Asgard in the previous one. And I love the different story that we got for both of them, depending on the rotation they made. One went east, one went west, and one was able to make a godlike rotation in Asgard. But they weren't able to escape in the final moments. City finish too crazy.
Yeah, I think they could have lived a little bit longer if it went over towards the west. And I think if they did go towards the west, then Papara SuperMassive just wouldn't have won that game. But they made a gamble, much like the rest of the teams, and their gamble paid off. But they did play it fantastically up until that point. Koa has gone down, but Narvala gets a little bit of retribution over towards Shockwave, not before he is gunned down almost immediately. There is recall beacons up and available, though, so Falcons should be able to get their final player back up and kicking. I think they already rezzed Koa, so it's a little bit too fast, in my opinion. They could have waited a slightly longer, but Redox straight back into the fray with Shockwave.
Yeah, and you know what? I like the way that Shockwave are taking this. They're sending these two players, knowing that they have a player to recall them if need be. Nade, decent bit of damage, not enough to take any one of them down. He swings, and he takes one for the trade. The Kimi goes down. Shockwave will suffer 2 more losses, and Falcons will get themselves 3 eliminations. They lose out on one of their players, but again, they should be able to recall them, no issues. And Shockwave will be able to recall the rest of their team back in Jordana City. And they should be in a very central location as well. So they would be very happy with that one. It was just a risk. If we can get any eliminations on Falcons, perfect. They had the recall ready and waiting for them. But I feel like this one might be a little bit slower in terms of how many eliminations we're going to get and how many times the recall stations are going to get used. I don't think it's going to be the same level as the one we saw previously. But hey, we like the craziness and all its forms in PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, it's just a difficult rotate. It's a difficult rotate for a lot of teams. Marcel takes down Zed Wolf. Really hasn't had the greatest of showings today. And again, neither has Regnum Carya as a whole. They should be able to get him back up again. Not a lot of players on the eastern side, actually, of this circle. Really only Shockwave currently controlling over towards Jordana City alongside with Carya. Yeah, plenty of engagements happening at the same time. And there will be more as we come down on this western bank side of the river. Tooling is in play too, so there is a bit of high ground to work around with. I think BRA sent over towards that position. My God, BRA loves that high ground, don't they? I think every single match I've seen them in, they're always pushing for some high ground.
All right, now, no one from Carya is going to be able to push after... Well, especially Lewis, after running into the brick wall. That was Quantum from Bruh. But hey, it's fine. Carya have CEO. He's going to pick up, I believe, one more of the players. He's just making sure he's nice and healthy.
Oh, he
And
can't
shoot.
drive right now.
Yeah, you definitely don't drink and drive an energy drink at this point. Definitely not PUBG Mobile. You gotta be able to be ready to switch to your gun and shoot if anyone's fighting you. Right now, fighting is on IW and Asgard. IW already lost 2, but it's good of them to be able to take down a couple of members from Asgard, and Asgard's instantly ready for the...
Yeah, Seth can. Means he grabs that one up. Love that gun, by the way. Submachine gun's so nice on this map. Sounds really good too.
What? I'm not sure what this crash was, but it looks like it didn't really favor either team that much. It was a trade, 1-for-1, 1 knock for 1 elimination though. And now we switch it over to the nade wars. Some around the doors won't give in that easily, and neither will these players. Spike, your team needs an opening. Can you find it? And Kyan is just waiting. Hold on though. Spike. Oh, you're telling me the second Spike peeks, he just gets obliterated? And it wasn't even by Asgard as well. Or Anorthosis rather. Kyan secured. Point goes over to Anorthosis, and I'm not sure what their decision is going to be, but it looks like it is going to be stay here and continue this fight. Should they be able to get a revive onto Spike at this point, but Beşiktaş is here for the third party. Frozen hoping that he wasn't spotted. And looks like we're just going to be camping corners and getting a few picks here and there.
Getting up the top side there, trying to get someone done. Beşiktaş though, rookie goes down. Very much an amateur move from him. Septimus though, still getting stuff done. I mean, trying to clear out the top side of the building right now with the nades, which makes sense, but now you at least know they're all on the lower side. Spike moves in on this three-way engagement between them, Beşiktaş and IWNRX, who are currently lonesome inside the building with Kakali, but this could be really problematic. Luckily, all the vehicles are on the outside, so no tires have been popped, so there is quick getaways. I think this is turning into a full car park at the moment. Tons around. Falcon is able to find Spike as he attempts to go for the jump shot and spray. But easy enough. But we'll pick up 2 elims from that, from the down player too. So Beşiktaş actually finding quite a bit of value. Circle did move over towards hard north from Judena City, which makes this all the more uncomfortable for so many of our teams, Sandstorm.
I think it's better than a southern rotation, because if the zone was, for example, going to end up finishing around Judena City or just north of it, it would have been extremely difficult for teams to rotate, because the bridges would have been camped like crazy. Just like right now, IWNRX, right, just camping this building, waiting, finishing this fight against Beşiktaş. Nice knock onto Rookie. Can he finish the fight against that last player from Beşiktaş? Because Kakali right now, he is doing so much work. He's making sure his position is not easily known. Oh my god, if he can... No. There's no way you go for the recall. You're going to have to go for the fight. Falconist is ready, and he does not whiff. He does not miss. Now IWNRX go out with no chance of recalls or revives. Now going back to our topic at hand, the zone shifting to the north. Thinking back at it now, it would have been difficult either way, because right now, yeah, the only way to get into the zone is with a full-on northern rotation or crossing through swimming, which I don't think is going to be the best call to make. But we'll see what decisions they'll have to make.
You got to wrap around Tuling as well, which is a bit of an awkward one. I think for any team on that south side, you're right. If you've already committed down towards the south side, which is why the shift was so rough up towards the north, because a lot of teams are already committed to the southern bridges. Papara SuperMassive, they take it a little bit slower, but still they have a long rotate ahead of them. If they can pull it off, though, it will work out very, very well. I think they hear the vehicles coming in from the southwest side, so they do post up for a little bit, see if they can catch any of these players from Anorthosis, Famagusta off guard.
Yeah, because they did get a full recall done, and they're back at full strength. This time around, we're not having teams have that one player and survive long enough to get the recall. We're not getting a ridiculous amount of eliminations, but we are getting a ridiculous zone. Blank, what is this?
That is a hard shift down towards the south side. A lot of water still involved. Teams who are crossing on Jordana Bridge early will be fairly happy with that one. You do not want to be on the western side anymore, though. And I think for Papara SuperMassive, this becomes a difficult decision to make right now for them, because it's not likely they're going to make the full wrap on the north side. They know there's teams ahead of them, so they have to head south. Now, the smart move for them would actually to be leave the vehicle behind and go for the swim. And once you just take the beachhead on the north east side of them, they should know the bridge is being camped, it's being guarded, and they likely either going to post up here and hold teams out coming in from the northwest and just take this clump of a zone for themselves, or go for the swim. I think waiting out the circle until it just about closes is probably the better idea for them.
It's okay, if they do decide to swim and they leave their cars behind, it's going to be a bit difficult for them to have any cover. But
it's that or die on the bridge.
What? Rotation. Well, looks like they might be looking at testing the waters right now before making this rotation. Because you had Carya cross the bridge and now Bra as well. And you're going to have two teams on the western side. It is going to be Papara SuperMassive and Anorthosis Famagusta. Both teams have opted to stay there and not rotate just yet.
Yeah, they have to delay. They have no choice other than to delay here. There's no other reasonable location to hold for BRA other than on the other side of this bridge. Carya right now currently up against ULF. And this is a good opportunity for ULF to show us what they're made of. BRA also taking shots over towards Carya.
Not just show us what they're made of, but show us that they belong in top 16. Because right now, their fight with Carya has come to a standstill. And we are trading revived. Here comes Marcel to try and even things out, but there is a couple of players from Bra applying a little bit of pressure from a distance. Nothing too crazy at the moment. And once again, we return to this seemingly 1v4 because two other players from ULF are not even close. This is very, very deadly. Not sure how ULF are going to be able to survive it. One of them is going to get torched, and it is going to be Catch, our MVP from the last game. And Carya are pushing together as a squad. Trying to see if they can secure that last one. Soulless, though, will be able to trade those knocks. But no one's there to give him the revive. And no one's there to help him out. Unfortunate for ULF.
Yeah, down to 2 now. Not a good position to be in. Luckily for them, someone was ready and available with the beacon. ULF gets back up to 4 players. And there is a lovely compound. I wonder if ULF can pick this up for themselves down towards the south side. Again, this is the point where Papara SuperMassive, they could attempt the bridge. I think for BRA, it'll still be there. It's going to be rough, or they just send it directly into the water. Because the cliff face on the eastern side does provide cover. But I think for Papara SuperMassive, they need to get rid of Anorthosis first, which they are currently doing. It is going back and forth, though, with Papara SuperMassive taking 1 knock in return, but it is a full-on flush for Anorthosis.
Yeah, that would be the first step before they think about crossing. They have to secure the rear first. But Anorthosis are not going to make it that easy. They are down to a duo, though. Papara SuperMassive still have their full strength. Wagner pulling up with that MG3. And we know how quickly that can tear through any armor you may have on. But Papara SuperMassive, they're pushing this numbers advantage that they have. They should still have 1 player that is going for the revive. As Bra are also fighting Oscar. MG3, Wagner, we know it can rip. Why did you push on your own? And Anorthosis finally get the attention of Falcons across the way. And Falcons now, they apply the pressure onto those teams. Kamikaze, where are you going? Where are you running? He's running towards the south, and he knows Anorthosis have to come that way as well. Default all of a sudden. What do you do? Last member standing.
Yeah, Papara SuperMassive are done. And I think the thing is for them is that I'd be fully blaming Anorthosis for this, because the reason Papara SuperMassive didn't go for the Northern Rotate in the first place because Anorthosis had priority on it. It's like, I don't know why Anorthosis didn't make the Northern Rotate anyway into a position where Beşiktaş is currently playing. And Papara SuperMassive, probably a very frustrating situation for them where they wanted to cross via the water. But it's a case of Anorthosis also getting themselves coming back down towards that south side, because they left them alone so they could head north, so they could play this west side, which wasn't ideal. But yeah, it could have been the best of both worlds for both Anorthosis and Papara SuperMassive, but Anorthosis certainly make it difficult. But there's a bunch of action happening around the map right now. It is mostly on the outside edges, though. It's somewhat irrelevant to what's happening in the center, where ULF somehow, some way, despite all the eliminations that they took, have managed to find the best compound in the circle.
Best compound in the circle. Can they get that chicken dinner with it, though? And I love the fact that they were more than ready with that recall beacon in the last possible moment as well. So they are still going to be full strength. Now the final teams on that western side, Anorthosis Famagusta, will finally be picked up. 10 teams, 29 players. Bra with a full squad, Ezel with 6 eliminations, and now Bra are looking for more. Took a while to answer our question, but Bra are proving they deserve to be here. Proving that they are one of the strongest teams. Finally. Ooh, the zone shifts again. And it is going to be favoring ULF massively. The teams on the southern side. Not sure how many of them are going to survive. Bra, Oscar will not be allowed in. Fenerbahçe shoot third party. Shockwave, Dakimi do not make a sound. Then you have Carya and Beşiktaş on the northern side, and Regnum holding the coastline.
Notable top from BRA. Storm trying to get some damage done over towards Oscar, but struggling to make it happen right now. And I think that he's now out of nades as well, so getting this crunch over towards Oscar is a little bit more difficult. They have one knock, and I think with BRA, they're just worried about other sidelines coming through and taking them down as they make this push, because they do have to head towards this high ground that is open that Oscar is currently avoiding. Yeah, this is definitely a case of a fight for second place between a lot of these squads.
Even second place would be massive here for some of these teams. Namely Shockwave in 19th. It is one player, but if you can build something between you and that last place and get closer to Asgard, since they are out, so is 4FS and IWNRX, every point you get here matters. And every team that gets eliminated, that's a placement point for you. It should help out. Let's see what ULF will be able to do, because now Carya and the teams from the north are going to start making their move. Scarface lights up the door as a warning. Loxy lights up Oran, and he takes him down. Carya going for that full rotation. Carya has a duo. Oscar moving in with a full squad. 3 of them in a car. 2 of them will also be going down. Finally, we saw ULF light them up, but hey, you got some knocks. Is this the time to push and clean it up before they revive? I think it is. Is this the time that Bra eliminate Oscar? I think it could be. We still have a lot of deployable cover that's currently being used. Some hesitation on the side of ULF. Not fully pulling the trigger on this fight. And Carya should be able to revive here, and things once again slow down between these two.
Carya right now, it's not bad the position they're playing, but ULF is holding on. Oh, I think that was a nade from Aaron that actually knocks himself there, which is pretty bad for them, considering he was the forward man for the team. More Molotov's been sent in. BRA up to 12 eliminations. That Oscar hits the deck and will not be coming back from that one. Bit of a tumble from them. Fenerbahçe using the deployable cover and actually using it very well there on that open sideline. I think it's the best place for it. We saw Oscar dropping deployable cover earlier, but I actually think they were trying to catch BRA with it.
Well, right now, Regnum Carya are trying to catch Beşiktaş, and Rookie, I believe, is the last member, but he's not going to go down without a fight. 1v3, takes down 1. Silas pulls up. Og not working in his favor. And Rookie is actually able to secure the elimination onto Wild. I bet Regnum Carya are very much not happy with this one. No! Rookie is winning the 1v3! Regnum, what are you doing?
Yeah, I don't know why Silas just naded himself. That was a little odd. I will ignore it because
I think he was just done with it all.
Yeah, it felt like it. Felt like it. I can understand it in his position.
Well, trying to understand this position. Takimi in a 1v1 with Kisyu. He's able to do a decent bit of damage, but if only he had any kind of backup. Not able to. Regnum Carya lose the 3v1. Beşiktaş have 15 eliminations!
Yeah, I mean, one player left. I mean, they've been doing very well for themselves. They played on that north side, and they've just been sweeping the entire time. Also, they had that lovely fight between them and Regnum Carya, so they were able to pick up a huge amount from that. But a 15 elim game is definitely good. BRA looking like the ones to close this one out. The circle moves south.
I think it's in Ulf's hands. But they need to finish the fight between them and Kara. I feel like for any moment that you focus on teams outside, you're not really helping yourself. Your threat is at your doorstep. It's not any further than that. The teams at the south will take care of each other. You have to stand your ground and take down those members. Otherwise, you're inviting other teams to come into the fray, and then you lose control of this game, and you lose the chance to take this dub.
Yeah, the question is whether this stays on the compound now, because we did shift further down south. And it just keeps pulling south as well. I think BRA's got a great lineup. It feels like they've been through a lot of fights here, quite healthy too. Been able to siphon a lot of loot off other teams, but we'll see what Ulf can do from that position. I think both teams are very hesitant to leave, with Kara and Ulf both in that location between one another. We'll be curious to see what Rookie does. He is getting lit up right now by BRA and will go down, yeah.
Unfortunate for him, but hey, 15 eliminations. Very happy with that. Lovely nade from Kara. Is this going to mean that they're going to go for the full push? Because Ulf are playing a 2-2 split, but you can't just simply cross that. Cover is provided. Bra and Fenerbahçe are going to be coming in from the southern side, and Fenerbahçe will lose Lux. They'll have Raze and Simple Domak. And they're on 16 eliminations, and they're in a very good position to go for a heck of a lot more. The highest we've seen this split so far of PMSL for Europe has been 18 eliminations in a single match. And Bra are on the hunt to break it.
Shot from Scarface. Very typical of him as well. At that long range. Keeping BRA down. See where the circle goes though, because it's just about to pop right now.
North.
Needs to go slightly south for BRA. If it goes north, I think BRA still has a chance, but it's very difficult for them to work with it.
South. Yeah?
Not too bad. Yeah. Not too bad. It's workable. Definitely workable because it's towards the riverside as well.
And Ulf can stay in their compound still. Ish. In one of the buildings, maybe.
We've got to stop losing shots, though, from BRA because they are pummeling through the ammo. As I say, that's a good shot over towards Marso. Not able to quite finish it, though. Damn. Razy on the other side of things. Keeping it to the low ground. And rightly so. He's being hunted by Kissy on the other side.
And not given any chance. And he's just forced to wait here. Until, well, not much longer. Minute and a half is, I think, how much time Razy has. Because once he moves, once he gets up, I think that's going to be the end of it. Meanwhile, Kara, I think all of their players might be forced in a corner in that building. And I think once we get to that scenario, 2 or 3 nades from Soulless and Scarface might force them out of the building, and then they can spray them down. See if that's how it's going to break out for them. But yeah, Bra in this situation. Okay, did they seal the deal on FB? I think they did. That means 17. Yep, 17 eliminations. If they get the last 8, imagine 25 eliminations.
be a huge game from BRA. It really would be a huge game. It's been extremely passive from both Carya and ULF because they are both been in the scenario where they're locked in engagement with one another. Marcel keeps trying to take these shots, but Quantum is just so much more accurate with this AUG. Only about 3 more magazines left though, which is unideal.
Here we go. Zone's closing in slowly.
Oh, they block off the door. That's very bad for them. That's actually a bad deployable cover for Carya. Now they can't push this high ground.
Uh-oh.
I think they've sealed their own fates with that deployable cover. Not even joking.
Well, they might have just shot themselves in the foot here. But let's see if they can shoot their way out of this precarious situation they have put themselves in. Scarface says no. Beaks gets a knock. Marso, CEO, both down. That means that's it. ULF, you have to finish this fight. Do not give an opportunity for a third party. You have to go for those pushes, but one of their players goes down, and Bruh is starting to apply that pressure, and Nate from Poser knocks Aaron, slows, catch. This fight is not going to go in favor of any one of the teams inside that compound. You were right, Blank. This is Bruh's game. They can end it here, Quantum. Okay, Lewis. Yes, that has 12k. He is the last member standing. Oh, no, never mind. CEO is there. Now it's just the two of them. 8 eliminations for Carya. Huge. Bruh should be pushing, and that's exactly what they're doing. Quantum in the open. Feeling a little bit of the pressure, though. But as long as they play this slow, which is exactly what they do. Massive nade. And another one on the CEO, and down he goes. And Bruh sealed the deal with 19 eliminations at the end of that game. They do set a new record for this split of PMSL EU. And of course, where else is it going to be if not on Rondo? It is the map with the most eliminations. It wasn't as crazy as the last one, but my lord. So does that answer the question of it was a fluke for Bruh? I mean, I'm not saying off this game only, but I'm saying off of their performance for the day so far. They have been consistent. They have been doing well.
Yeah, I think today's been pretty good for BRA. Again, that game is like one of those where you're playing on the south side anyway, but the shots they were making, the way they controlled space was very, very well done. But yeah, I think that for BRA, really, really well played. It feels like Rondo is their map. Honestly, they play it fantastically well, and I think it does require you to be really on the swivel because there is so much open ground, so you need to take space where possible. Again, I feel bad for Papara SuperMassive. I think Anorthosis Famagusta absolutely ruined their day by not sending north. It's like one of those things where Papara SuperMassive ushered them to go through the door, to go north side, and then Anorthosis is like, we're going to block the door actually for a while.
So we locked the door, and it's fine. We got second, so in your face. MVP goes to BRA. It is going to be Ezol, 853 damage with 9 eliminations and the 2 assists secured. Sensational scoreline for him and for the team. Incredible for them to put on this kind of show in this game, and that should definitely skyrocket them to second place over Falcons. And I think the only team that can chase Papara SuperMassive now. But the rest of the lobby, score-wise, Savian, most distance with 337. Ezol is just taking eliminations or rather, score and grenades. And then Quantum with 950 damage. Just a little bit higher than Ezol. But I definitely want to see the damage by all players.
Yeah, I think for BRA, that was a gigantic match for them. There was so much damage going out. 950, 850, 600, 500. It's an incredible game overall. Just breaching over 3k there for the entire squad, which is very, very nice. So basically all of loss damage in one game. Just about.
Wow. That's crazy. I love it when you put it into perspective like that. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, I'll put something into perspective for you. We have one game left today. It is going to be on Erangel, and then we wrap up the second day of the knockout stage. So far, Papara has been just demolishing the competition, surpassing everyone with the most eliminations in that previous game. And we've seen craziness this time on Rondo with a different flavor, I want to say. This is the first time that I've seen, first time I'm commentating and I'm seeing Rondo in esports is this split, of course. And seeing the zone shift over to Jordana City and seeing how those like certain decisions were made. For example, staying on the western side. We thought that it was not going to work out for them. If they were the last team and the zone did not favor them, it was going to look incredibly difficult. But somehow they made it work.
Yeah, I think that's always a cool thing about Rondo is there's some really, really difficult rotations you have to make because there's so much high ground and a lot of unplayable space. But it's not a case like on Miramar we had yesterday where it's an entire wall of unplayable space. It's like little bits on the map where it's columns coming out the ground that you're going to have to rotate past or rotate through. And it makes just some unusual decisions that you need to make. I think Rondo is a really, really cool map overall. But you can clearly see the thought process of some teams and maybe lack thereof from some of us. Again, I really do think Anorthosis should have just sent North and screwed both of the teams there.
I agree. There have been some silly decisions made in that last game, and there have been some incredible ones. And now we get to see the result of those, and it is 20 eliminations in total. So they weren't on 18; they got more. Okay, 20 eliminations then. 30 points in total for the lineup of 18 for Beşiktaş with 15 eliminations. Big elimination game right here. And let's do, if we can get some quick math on this one to see how many eliminations in total. But with XSlay and 4FS having 0 elims, and then the bottom is a couple of ones, I don't think it's going to be as crazy as that last one. But 20 for first and 15 for Beşiktaş when they were taken out in 5th place as well, 4th. For that placement point, yeah. Incredible for them, and I'm very, very happy to see that for them. I think they're sitting at 45 points now for the side of Beşiktaş, so that definitely takes them out of the danger zone. But some teams are still going to be there.
Yeah, it's a fantastic match for a lot of squads here. I mean, Beşiktaş can be very happy with that, with 18 points total with the 15 elims, but 30 points on a game for BRA is huge. Absolutely huge, and that rockets them up to 2nd place at 84 points. Papara SuperMassive get some. They get some.
They got 4. Wow, that's weak. Anyways, weak for basically their worst game. That's right. Their worst game was what we saw in that last one. I think but I mean, at this point, with the 3 chicken dinners that they had, it's perfectly fine. And I think they won't be available as well on the last game of the day because they have played 8 matches already. Their remaining 4 will be tomorrow. And it looks like it is going to be them, Carya Esports, Asgard Esports, and Shockwave, who will miss out on the next game. And the rest will be joining us in here. Shockwave and Asgard, the fact that both of them are not playing in this next one and they are still in the danger zone after 8 matches is crazy. And that means that this is an opportunity, guess what, Blank? For Boars. That's right! It's a chance for Boars and 4FS. I'm back on the copium, baby!
No. Don't do it. Don't do it. Make it stop. I think with Shockwave, there's been some games as well where I'm looking at, I'm like, these are some pretty poor plays. And we kind of missed out on Miramar, but they made a very, very bad rotate. The one that Asgard were actually able to make work, but they did it so catastrophically and so quickly. I was so confused by it. So they all went down in that moment. I think with Shockwave, despite them actually having a pretty good plan there over on Rondo, it did not work out for them. And now Asgard are in the same boat as our 4FS. I think, honestly, right now, if we were to send home 4FS, Asgard, Shockwave, and Boars Gaming, that wouldn't feel like the end of the world to me because I don't think these teams are really putting up the massive performance. There is still yet 6 more matches, though, for them to change my mind.
Well, let's see if they manage to change your mind and mine, because I agree with you 100%. Definitely not what I thought I'd see from them, and so far I haven't seen much that convinced me that they belong in the grand finals for PMSL EU. But right now what we see in front of us are our Grenadiers with CEO and Lewis from Carya on top. 4 for CEO, 3 for Lewis, and then we got 3 for Darken from Ida. Then one more. We have Milas. I believe that's Anorthosis Famagusta with 4 ilims using nades as well. And right now, this our lobby is getting itself ready. Our players are slowly but surely filtering in one by one, all the way up to 55. We have a couple more minutes before we start our last one. But ladies and gentlemen, I remind you one more time, let us know who you're supporting. Show your favorite players, your favorite organizations that you are here, that you are watching, and you want them to win. Before we jump into this last one.
Absolutely. I think right now I'm very excited to watch Erangel. A little bit more normality to finish out the day. But I do think that there's still a big chance for some of these teams to catch up. I'd actually quite like to see another good Falcons game. I am somewhat not sold on Regnum Carya doing well today. I don't know what's going on between the ranks, but it doesn't look great at the moment. But there's certainly still a chance for them. I don't think they've done terribly. They're still out of the danger zone right now, which admittedly is not too hard to do, considering a lot of the points have been sucked up to the top of the lobby. But yeah, I think we're waiting just on one team, 1 1/4, one guy from another squad, 59 out of 64.
Just finishing their last bathroom breaks for the day, and then they should be jumping into the lobby. Listen, those last 2 games, I want to say it lasted a while. That Miramar going on for 31 minutes, that was that took some time.
It did, yeah.
But yeah, it was the longest game we've had this split so far. But and I want to say, definitely the longest. And for me, just the fact that we had so many teams surviving, and because of the city finish that we had on the likes of Picado, it did take some time to whittle our players down to the final and evident champion who got themselves that chicken dinner. But now we're looking for one more champion.
It was a cool game, though. Yeah, I mean, I think for here, we're either looking for one of the I think this last match is basically, as we get into the final day, we're now looking for matches that are going to solidify you going into the grand finals. I think that if one of the middle impacts can get a chicken dinner here, maybe like 15 to 18 points, that's it. You're sorted. You're done. You're basically done at that point. As long as you can be consistent on like 4 to 6 points per game, even getting a couple of rough games with 0 points, I think you'd still be fine with a chicken dinner after this, just the way that points have been accumulated at the top of the lobby. But yeah, we're starting to get to the point where you are stamping your ticket.
All right. Well, how many tickets are you going to be writing for those players then, huh?
20.
Quite a few? 20. Okay, that's a lot of how much is each one worth? Dang.
I'm gonna write 20 tickets, and then 4 of them will say rejected.
Okay.
Yeah. And then,
that's true, because we only get 16 teams in the finals, blank.
Yeah.
We can't afford to bring everyone on board. And I think, speaking of everyone, we are now just waiting for that quarter to join us, and then hopefully we will dive right into this final game of the day. You know what? Take this time real quick. Get yourself something to drink, ladies and gentlemen. Hydrate. It's very important. Stay hydrated. Stay healthy.
It is indeed.
And, of course, yeah. I was gonna say it's just.
As my sponsored drinking break of the day. I get
my water. You get what? You get one. I mean, look, my bottle is supposed to say. I mean, it says get started at 8 a.m. Right? It's one of those that motivates you to drink the water and stuff. Yeah, I'm not even up at 8 a.m. So I don't know what this bottle's trying to do.
Yeah, I think I have the same bottle. So yeah, downstairs somewhere though. It's like refill time or something at the bottom.
You did it. Refill. Yeah.
Yeah. I think mine's like black. And you went for the bluey one? Yeah, the blue one.
Yeah, I went for the blue one. I didn't want to always go for the. I mean, honestly, I always, if I'm gonna buy something usable like that, I'd always go for black just because it doesn't get as dirty as quickly.
I like the color, so
yeah. And honestly, the colors just it's just better, honestly. And you know what's better? A full lobby of players. Now I'm just waiting for those 3 lovely magical words. And then we'll jump into the game, and then we'll see what happens. See what that last Erangel has in store for us, and which one of these teams representing Europe and Turkey will get themselves that chicken dinner. Because honestly, so far, yes, it's PMSL EU, but Turkey has been on fire. Their representatives have been demolishing everyone. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Turkey's been doing really well. I think that overall they're a great region. I do enjoy watching a lot of the players, but there's been some other regions as well that have also been stepping up in a big way, which is cool to see. Not always just Turkey doing the lion's share of the work here in PMSL EU. But I think that I've been quite pleased to see it. Quite pleased to see it indeed. Though we're going into the final game very, very shortly. I think we're about 20 seconds away from going in. And then we get to find out who our final winner of the day is. And then we all get to go home.
That we do, because, and you know what, ladies and gentlemen, I love the fact that there's so many PUBG. Well, I want to say there was so many PUBG Mobile tournaments that were happening over the past couple of weeks. We had PMSL CSA that wrapped up with, I believe, VP that was the champions of that one. PMSL MENA wrapped up today as well. I believe Gen G were the champions of that one at the end. And by the way, they were the only team to actually cross the Smash threshold. No team came close. The threshold was 169, and they ended the tournament with 180. So I'm just saying that to kind of, and I think for VP, 4 teams in PMSL CSA crossed the threshold, and I think 3 of them were like 144, yeah. And it was VP with 160 at the end, that one. So I'm just looking at like the average in terms of how many teams make it past the threshold and what kind of threshold we have in other regions. But right now, our focus is European region, and here we go. Final of the day of the and it is going to be a southern northern path from the Carolina all the way to Albert and path in this competition. So I'm excited, I'm happy, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough one getting over towards the western side of the map. I think the eastern side's always a bit weird to play around with, especially with basically the big hill that slopes down towards Lipovka, Milta Power, even towards Kameshki. You don't typically want to play over there without having the scouts out. So if you go towards Lipovka, typically you're playing 2 players further over towards Mansion so they can scout if anyone's getting too close. You can't really do that here. So no one's really wanting to go too far over towards Lipovka early on because there's such a potential of having too many teams around you. Quite a few squads decided that they would head down towards Sosnovka, though, military base. You have the TheNoisyBoys down there alongside with Ida and Jetgo in Novorepnoye. So actually clears up quite a bit of space over on the northern side of the map.
Northern side of the map is going to have what? Go, come down. Whoa. Hold on.
Maybe it's a hard playing path into a pretty difficult circle to get to, though. I think a lot of teams are going to have to get a move on, you know. Even just sweeping over towards the western side of the coast and moving up past Hospital, North George, picking up shooting range. Severny is going to be a hotly contested spot. And for Beşiktaş, that's quite nice and good news for them, considering they just came off quite a decent game that put them back in the running again in 7th place at 45 points. Yeah, very, very important match here for Beşiktaş.
I mean, they did a lot of work in the previous one. Currently 7th with 45 points. I'd say just do maybe a little bit more just to keep yourself safe, because, again, top-heavy leaderboard, meaning look how close the rest of the leaderboard is. 30 points for 17th, and then the difference between 17th and 10th is 9 points. 11 between 9th and 17th. It's very, very close. Again, one good game for the bottom teams and one bad game for the top teams, and then this leaderboard is going to change like mad just because of how close it is. And then you have Boars sitting at 17.
Yep. Boars who
it
are
had to
not
be said.
Having a good time.
It had to be said.
Yeah, I think they're against the point now where I think we can start carrying them out. 4FS, they are right on the cusp at 30 points, but as are the TheNoisyBoys in 16th place. You can see that it's 30, 30, 31, 33, 35, up to 13th. That really is, even up towards 12th. It's really not a massive gap to be closing for some of these squads to make their way in towards that top 16. I think more worrying than ever is for S2G, for IWNRX, and very telling for IWNRX after losing Zedwolf that maybe that was the reason why they were doing fairly well, is because that player was the one who was doing a lot of the lifting for that squad. But for S2G, they don't really have too much of an excuse.
boggles the mind. The fact that they're still sitting in 13th with 35 points. 5 points away from the danger zone, nothing. Absolutely nothing. They have got to make it up. They have to do it here. They cannot leave it all on tomorrow's games. It's going to be way too much pressure. And I'm not sure with the performance that they have been showing us that they can handle that sort of pressure. I fear they might just crumble and might not even make it into the grand finals, which would be disastrous for them.
I think for S2G, they really do want to get in towards those grand finals, prove to the rest of the lobby that they can still kick it with the best. Yeah, it is going to be hard for them. Definitely going to be hard for them. I think right now you had group stages to figure out the common issues. Now you've had knockout stages. Grand finals, they're going to have to kick everything up about 7 gears to make it work. Currently down towards Primorsk and Quarry, taking a lot of the space in that area of the map. Regnum Carya heading over towards Box Compound right now. That's not a bad position to play early on in the game, I don't think, at all. Especially if they've already looted up and they're good to go.
Good to go indeed. Now we switch over to one of the teams that's not really good to go just yet. IWNRX. Sitting on the edge. 1 point ahead of 4FS. Previously known as Kodiak. Qualified from PMSL or PMCO Eastern Europe. Against one of the household names, I'm going to say, in Turkey and in Turkish PUBG Mobile. We've had this organization compete over the past several tournaments for the past several years. Again, another one of the names that I'm sad to see at the bottom of the leaderboard. Would you look at that?
Banning Havlik from Boars. Yeah, it's
No.
bad.
No!
That's 2 down already. I think for Boars, it's another poor game. Finish out the day as they're rotating very
Salting
split
the
from one
wood.
another.
Absolutely ridiculous from Boars. 17 only is mad in 8 matches. I mean, as a duo, if you can get to 20, fantastic. But what then? Tomorrow, you're going to need a chicken dinner plus to make it. This is when we start making those. Well, I mean, we don't have to make those calculations. It's just too hard. And too many other teams that are already on the ball, racking up points, knowing exactly what they need to do.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird variables going on right now with the way the points are shaking up. And I think for the Boars, technically it is possible. It's just, it's improbable with the way that they've played. Like for any other team you place, if you place ULF right now in 20th place with 17 points, I absolutely think they could make it. Going back to us, we're 7 minutes into the match right now. I think
this is, I mean, yeah, we didn't lose that many players, did we? We lost 1 or 2. No, we lost 4 players, it seems.
Yeah,
We're waiting.
I think right now it would be categorically unsportsmanlike to cancel the match.
And we can't
we'll
wait for further info. I'm not sure.
I think most of the time you can rehost after like 2 or 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think yeah. Usually that information needs to come through in the first 2 minutes from a team. I don't know how the refereeing works here, but at most esports tournaments, the refereeing is lobby remake. Yeah, we're having a lobby remake. I don't think the players are going to be too happy about that personally.
It did take a little bit longer, but I'm looking at the minimap and I think, yeah, the players are starting to... they're starting to exit. Some of them are still rotating, but you know what? It looks like we're going to need a couple of minutes to get ourselves... But it was going to be a Zarky zone. No.
I know, potentially.
Well, no, I'm waiting for this. I mean, I can still see the zone. I'm still waiting for it to shift. I want to see
It's
how.
not Zaki.
Yeah, it's not. I mean,
Yeah,
imagine.
I'm curious.
It's not. It shifted to the north of Hospital, north of just to give you guys an idea, South Georgia Pool, North Georgia Pool is in there. And yeah, it's that yeah, and I'm looking at the location of the zone. That would have been an extremely spicy game. I love the area that we were gonna be playing essentially between Severny and Zarki. We were gonna have shooting range present as well. Boars eliminated themselves. Still waiting for the final confirmation, but yeah, it should still be a lobby rehost. And don't worry, we'll give you guys all information once we get it. And as soon as we do, we will keep you in the loop. Yeah, the players.
In the meantime.
Yeah, the players are just
they're all
eliminating
getting out.
themselves. Yeah, they're all eliminating themselves. Just leave the game.
Yeah, leave the game so we can get started on the next one as soon as possible. Yeah, it's definitely a weird one. Unfortunately, yeah, I'm not sure where to go from here because honestly, we're gonna now just wait for the next match to come through. I think we've done all our prep as well for the next game, and we've talked your ears off about everything. But we're gonna wait and see what happens next. But yeah, overall, it looked like it was gonna be a good one. I wonder what happened. I do wonder what happened.
Yeah, I'm honestly not too sure. Might have been some technical difficulties. Look, the most important thing at the end of the day is, unfortunately, like we're getting ahead of it, and we're gonna sort it out as soon as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for any inconvenience, but we are going to be taking a very short break, and when we come back, which we will, because we are rehosting it, we will be back with our fifth and final game of the day. So don't go anywhere. Be back in a few. We're back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and here we are once again. It's not day 3, no. Clean your eyes, it's still the end of day 2 for PMSL EU. I'm still Sandstorm, that's still blank, that's still blank. John was there about last week, but, funny thing is, that man right there, yes, blank, he will be there, and so will John for the grand finals of this competition. And I can't wait to see that too.
That is correct. I'm just looking at the PMGC
hit me.
qualifications right now. Got Vampire Esports coming in from the grand finals. I'm always excited to see them. We'll see exactly who's playing on that team, but we'll wait and see for that. The Xavier joining E-Arena, Virtus Pro Mid-In Alpha Gaming. The Mad Bowls. Now, that was a bit of a wild card for me coming through from CSA. Wolves are joining. I think Wolves actually might do better than Alpha 7 this year, honestly.
Okay.
Sandstorm.
All right. Well, hold on. I think I have an update on something that we didn't have an update on a couple days ago as well.
Mm-hmm.
Since we are talking PMGC, I believe I finally have the Eastern and Western Europe points and Turkey points in terms of like which teams are going to qualify from those regions.
Okay.
So at the moment, from Eastern Europe, again, it's from this unnamed website and very much trusted. Boars are first and K1 are after them. But K1 aren't playing in the fall split, and Boars are the only other ones that are in position to do so. The only other team that can take it away from them is either 4FS or the TheNoisyBoys, because they are still here. So if 4FS and the TheNoisyBoys make it to the grand finals of this PMSL, and then they get more points than Boars, they could take it away from them, and they could make it to Eastern Europe. So those are the teams fighting on that front. When it comes to Western Europe, again, it doesn't seem that clear to me, because Western Europe, it's showing me Falcons, Anorthosis Famagusta, Rougha Esports, Team Ego, Shockwave, and Far Voice. I'm not seeing a lot of the other like Western European teams. And then we go to Turkey, and Turkey has 12, 13, 14, 19 teams who are fighting for PMGC points, and at the moment ULF is actually first. ULF is first in Turkey points. Ida second.
Surprisingly.
Yeah, Regnum third. Next Rüya is fourth. S2G is fifth, tied with Carya. Papara SuperMassive is there with 100. I mean, I could go through all the points, but at the moment, the relevant ones, because we're talking just the first team only from each region will be qualified directly to PMGC group stage, not the gauntlet. So at the moment, as it stands, it's looking like ULF from Turkey. We haven't even added the points from this split, so it's too early to tell. Western Europe, it looks like Falcons only, but I feel like there's definitely some information missing from that one. And Eastern Europe, it looks like Boars, but again, need more info before you guys can actually take my word for it, because it's not 100% confirmed. So, but yeah, that's what I got, because we haven't had that lovely piece of information before. And I believe, like, when it comes to PMGC points, the points are only gathered, like, are they gathered from PMSL group stage, knockout, and grand finals, or is it just the grand finals?
It's from everything. Yeah, it's usually from everything, from league stage through to grand finals. You tally in all the points together from there. So if you weren't able to get into grand finals, obviously you're not going to have a lot of points total. We're going to chill on this overall ranking screen for a little bit whilst we wait for the game to get started. I think we're just dealing with something at the back end right now.
It's fine. I believe our boys are taking care of it as quickly as possible. But you know who's... you know who I can hear making a sigh of relief right now? That's right. Boars.
After going down immediately. I reckon that they said that they wanted to rehost the game because they went down first. It's unacceptable.
They lost 2 players and were like, you know what? Nah, new lobby. Run it back. But there is a new lobby. The players are filtering in once again. We are up to 49 at the moment. And hopefully should reach that 64 in jiffy.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too long. I think we had to wait until the last game had fully completed. But while we were doing that, we were just testing. We were just testing something on the back end. We need to currently test our servers because I think there's an issue there. So we're just waiting here a sec whilst we get into it.
Yeah, whoever's going around our servers right now, stop it. Leave them running. We're at the end of the day. Don't do this to us. Now, I'm hungry. I want food. And I'll get some after this game.
It's definitely not the most ideal time to have the issues. But I think it's never an ideal time to have issues, really, is it? But everyone's fixing it as fast as they can. And that's all you can really ask for. I think it's always difficult getting a rehost like that late into a game because at this point we don't really have much else to talk about, sadly.
We went through PMSL. We went through a couple of the things about PMGC as well, teams and how who's looking at qualifying, who's already qualified from other regions, whether it's by points or whether it's by PMSL ranking at the end. I believe this is the last PMSL running, right? Like we have PMSL CSA wrapped up, PMSL MENA finished. I'm not sure about PMSL Americas actually.
PMSL Americas, this is kind of wrapped up at the moment. I think we're waiting for Saudi Arabia points as well as Iraq points, Egypt points. But I think a lot of those are included in PMSL EU. Because we're also waiting for Turkey too. There is obviously EMIC that we need to look at. Alongside with BGMI, though BGMI with Orangutan should have grabbed that. That's from the India Showdown. So I think that this international cup is EMIC, which is between Korea and India. Korea, Japan, and India, which should be a fun one. I'm excited to watch that when it comes out.
I mean, our previous champions in the global championship last year. Coming out of Korea, that was a massive surprise. Seeing them win at the end, because I mean, look, we've had a, I would say, like a PEL champion. We haven't had an EU champion. No, we do. Sorry, S2G. Hello. We've had S2G as a champion before. Just looking at we haven't had a MENA champion. That's for sure. Like globally yet.
No.
There's been a Turkish one. There hasn't been a European one.
Been a Korean one?
PEL. There's also Indonesian in Bigatron.
Way back when.
Yeah, way back when.
But yeah, mainly MENA. MENA's the one who is struggling. Because we've had CSA as well with Ziol and the boys.
IHC.
As well as IHC. But other than that, yeah, I think it's MENA who's kind of lagging behind a little bit.
Oh yeah, so you're just jumping on the Europe and Turkey, same region. That no. You can't do that.
What do you mean? Where is Turkey located?
I don't know.
Is it located in Europe?
Yes, it is.
Chance?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fine.
That one's called geography, by the way.
Yeah, okay, fine. You got me. Yeah, the Turkish/European champion. I'll give it to you. But yeah.
Turkey is EU. Of course I am. They're European.
No. I'm trying to say, like, it's like Turkey's Turkey and then there's EU and there's like both of them together for PMSL Europe. I wasn't saying that it's not in Europe. I'm just saying like Turkey's Turkey and then there's because it's fine.
Yeah. You're doing well. You're doing good. I'm impressed. Definitely impressed.
This is what happens. This is what happens when we are left to our own devices without any graphics. I blame this on you.
On me.
Yeah, somehow. Listen, you're in control.
I'm controlling the graphics. I'm not controlling the graphics, man. I'm not doing the production at the same time. I don't know if you knew this.
Oh, I thought you were.
No, it's not all me. We're just two guys having a good time here at PMSL Europe and Turkey, apparently.
I mean, listen, I think it's only fair that since I had an opportunity to have like a podcast episode with John, that I also have a podcast episode with you.
Yeah. I mean, if you're the one destroying the servers, then I won't be happy.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I do seem to be the common denominator, so I think it may be my fault.
That's all good. It's all good. I mean, we had this a little bit last season as well, so I don't think it's all on you.
Oh. Whew. Now I feel better. Thank you. All right.
The
prediction for the last game. What you got? Hit me. Who do you think is going to win the last one?
I don't know. I still want Regnum Carya to win. I couldn't tell you like right now, like actual good prediction. I can tell you who I want to win, which is Regnum Carya.
Okay.
Because second, honestly this a ridiculous lineup. It's Silas, Wild, Loxy, and now Zedwolf. I don't know how they haven't just been dominating this server so far. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I mean, wait, what was that roster when it was? I mean, it just reminds me of the same roster that we saw on. It wasn't 4 Miracle Vibes. I believe it was like after 4 Miracle Vibes when it was like I think it was Top Doc Action. Stalwart. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I mean, when Doc joined them as well, we're like, oh, that's a superstar roster. They're just going to run through everyone. They should win everything. Maybe too much star power on the roster. Too many star personalities clashing that caused them to not perform.
They almost made it though. Like they almost won PMGC. I think if it wasn't for the fact that IHC was just obliterate people in loads of team fights. Like they got so many elimination points, it was unbelievable. I think that we're gonna go for a quick break until we get the game sorted. So we will catch you guys very shortly. See you soon. Bye bye.
Guess who's back? Back again. That's right. PUBG Mobile is back. Tell your friends, because we are back here one more time to wrap up the second day of the knockout stage for PMSL EU. I'm still Sandstorm. That's still blank. And that is still my right, and that's my left. Yes, I need to know my directions before we jump into that next game. But blank, the team has had a chance to, I want to say, restart the lobby. And I know that sometimes that can kind of, I want to say, like, play with the feelings of the players, specifically players who have had, looking at this, it's like, oh, we might have had like a good position, a decent position, and now it's all gone. So how do they kind of like reset their mentality and bring themselves back into, I guess, 0.0 one more time since we're starting the game up again? You have a desk in the bathroom? See, mine's wired. Does not need to recharge because mine's just that cool. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, it's fine. Oh, I'm loving the live battery swap that we get to see. Yeah, I just wish that he's just said like reloading when he was doing that. That would have been cool. Quick little switch, and we should be back. All right, nice. I kind of wish that you just said like reloading as you were changing the battery in that. uh, well, we heard the magic words. Yes, we heard the magic words. So here we go. Finally, I believe. Fingers crossed, because we have to do this. And here we go. Playing path one more time. Running right to Erangel. And this time, we're didn't up. We're heading over from right now to the military base. I want to say it's close enough to the prior circle and the prior zone that, and in the previous game that we didn't really have, and it didn't really count and never really existed. But here we are, fresh start for all these players. 16 teams, 64 players dropping off, jumping into the battlegrounds one last time for the day. Oh! But it's no Zarky, blank. Yep. Yep. And you know what? Seeing how that last game that didn't really happen ended, I'm gonna base the result of that game on my I'm gonna base my prediction on that rather. The teams that made it into the top 3 were, I believe, Anorthosis Famagusta. There was also Team ULF, and I believe Beşiktaş. Those were I think those were. I'm pretty sure about the 2. I'm not sure about the 3rd. So I'm gonna say those. I'm gonna say, you know what, ULF and Anorthosis, they're getting top 2. Oh, 100%. Yeah, they have really not been making any noise. And I'm looking towards the minimap again this time around. Very similar drops to what we've seen earlier. And when it comes to Boars, they're still in Yasnaya with 4FS, Beşiktaş and Severny, Regnum, Carya, and ULF in Rosehawk and School, respectively. Pochinki's still going to have Falcons. Similar drop. S2G might be making a move from Gatka heading towards Hospital and School. I'm curious to see if any teams are going to take over the George Pool Mountain and just take control of it and see if they can get some points that way. Meanwhile, we still have 3 teams on the military island. Jetgo on Novo, TNB on the military or in the military base, and then there's, I believe, Ida, who are scattered across the western side of the military base. They should be able to cross right into the embracing arms of IW and RX, who are currently chilling across the eastern bridge of the military island at the moment. Fenerbahçe on Lipovka, Anorthosis spread in a very weird way for Anorthosis. There's one like east of Yasnaya, one south, and one west. I'm thinking one of them is a duo, but I'm not sure which one of them.
Yeah, they're taking a lot of space here. Like a ton of space, in fact, over towards Yasnaya. Kind of curious to see what happens with that. I mean, honestly, a lot of teams are coming in from that eastern side of the map, and we got a very western circle on this one, so it's going to be huge amount of teams all clumped up on the western side around the field. Any team that started moving earlier towards that west side has a big advantage there, and ULF is getting shut down. 2 players, Solus and Scarface, likely to not be picked back up again. This is going to be a really, really hard pull, but Spike will find both. And unfortunately for you, ULF is not going to be doing too well here, Sandstorm.
Yeah, that they're not losing out on Solus and Scarface in the very early stages. Anorthosis very happy with the pickup. Falcons Narvalo. And he instantly gets it. Calce is there with the response. And Narvalo knows he just needs to heal. Meanwhile, S2G, let me guess. No, it's not HamCG that is eliminated first this time around. It might be Solkay. Looks like it is. Solkay ran into the entire roster of Falcons. No opportunity for a revive. Redox finishes the job, and Falcons continue to play together. Boars will not have their rotation cut off this time. They got a lifeline, I think. And if this game, they do not cross 30, that's the limit I'm giving them. If they do not cross the 30-point mark in this game, they're not going to make it. Unless it's a mad run tomorrow. But outside of that, yeah. Once this game is done, we'll know if we'll remove them from our calculations or not. Because they haven't shown us anything.
It's definitely a tough one. Definitely a tough one indeed. Falcons currently holding out. Not a bad position they're taking as well. Slightly split though, and I think that is going to come back to hurt them later on. Spike running on fumes, literally. He pushes this vehicle into Gatka. Can't really go too much further on that thing either, because it is just going to explode if he keeps trying to take that with him. Luckily, his teammates got some vehicles, so they might need to share a little bit going forward, but so central is that position anyway that shouldn't matter too much over towards Gatka. I think they're hoping that that is going to keep them safe for at least a couple more zones.
Yeah, the focus should always be try and get to that very last zone, and then eliminate the other squads and get yourself the chicken dinner. Sounds easy, right, Blank?
It does, but it is not.
It really isn't. But what seems to be easy is apparently S2G and how easy it was for them to claim George Pool Mountain in their name. And I gotta be holding on to that for quite a while. Curious to see where the zone is gonna end up playing. Curious to see how this fight is gonna play out between Oscar and Falcons. And it's gonna start off where the opening salvo is in favor of Falcons, as they knock down one player from Oscar. That being Harden, and now Narvalo just running in the open. No one from Oscar is actually able to pick him up. Now he knows exactly where he is. The jump shot from Oscar, the response is there, and Narvalo goes a little bit too far with no backup. And Poli instantly switches over to Rauf, takes him down, and then all of a sudden we're down to Redox, and it might be the last person standing from the roster of Falcons. No, it's actually Koa who's able to assist, and Redox is there to help with the carry. The revive on Rauf will finish. Oscar goes down. 5 eliminations to Falcons. And Oscar's journey for the day is done. And at 43, I know you're 8th place. But the difference is not that big.
Yeah, it's a pretty messy fight there from Falcons, actually. I think this can be sort of excusable with the fact that now Valor, I think they trusted him to get that knock on the sidelines, but as soon as he goes down, he exposes Ralph's position in a big way. I think the better way to play it is for Ralph to play much more passively whilst they picked up that final player and then look to take down Paul from Oscar. We get a really hard shift on the west here. I think that honestly, this is about as a difficult shift on the circle. It's as far out of land side you can go. It probably could have kept a little bit more water in, but I think most teams are thankful it's not. But it's still a long way to go for a fair few of our squads.
Loving the little ring around the rosy that they had to do. He's like, okay, fine, I'll get out of the vehicle and eliminate. Fine.
He wanted the vehicle elimination medal. That's what he wanted. Yeah. I know what he's doing.
Man's farming it in an esports competition.
Yeah.
Wow.
You'll get the accolades where you can get them. Like, you realized it was taking slightly too long, though.
He was like, I'm not going to waste any more time. Let me just get this LM and move on. For FS, ooh, Lost has an airdrop looted in his favor. This game's been kind of calm. We haven't had a chance to see all the fights that broke out, but we got to see a decent bit. We might see one now, but it looks like it is going to be a gentleman's agreement between Bruh and S2G. But if Bruh knew they were up against 3 members and not a full stack, I think they might have been playing that a little bit differently.
Yeah, I think very different how it actually panned out. But you know, I've always have all the information in these scenarios to make that happen. We are over towards Everest right now. We have 3 teams on Everest. I didn't expect to have that many. Regnum Carya currently playing a 2-2 split right now with 2 players there you saw on your screen on their own warehouses, and 2 players playing just up on the hillsides around the trees looking over towards S2G, just in case it heads that way. But Everest cannot contain 3 teams. It literally cannot.
It's not big enough for all these teams. So at some point in time, a fight will break out. I think Bruh will gain control of this. Just because the S2G, with them having 1 man down, just less area they're able to cover. Less protection they're able to provide. But Regnum Carya with the 2-2 split. 2 on the mountain. And 2 in South George. I think close enough to the hospital. An interesting split for that roster. We'll get to see it now. And ooh, the zone shifts and the center is going to be the mountain.
It becomes very difficult. I think Regnum Carya immediately has to make that rotate off, which they do straight away. Zed Wolf as well as Silas moving their way over towards Wild and Loxy. But yeah, it's going to be a question of how well can they efficiently remove S2G from this high ground. Because as soon as you start fighting S2G and you start winning that fight, you know the BRA is going to start to get involved. Even so, Regnum Carya is even struggling to get up that mountainside to actually assist their teammates. Carya is getting popped. Feed off in the distance and the hovercraft in. Do they even make it here, Sandstorm? That's the question.
I mean, there's a lot of teams currently focusing on them, but somehow, some way, Regnum Carya managed to cross, but into the embracing arms of Galston. He's ready to pick that one up. A lot of damage onto Seawolf. I don't think the revive is going to be there. Just one more bullet to do the job, and he does. Not allowing it to be stolen away. Take it away. They claim that point. And every point's going to be important for this roster. They're currently in 12th with 36. And now Ida take down Anorthosis Famagusta. And I told you Anorthosis was going to get to the end, right? You see how that caster curse works? It's crazy.
I did see that. Yeah. I think Kelsey was very, very good there for the team. I think without Kelsey, that could have been much more difficult. They had to create a little bit of space for themselves on that south side. Otherwise, like I said, BRA was just going to overwhelm them. Actually using the explosive bow.
I mean,
And he's fairly on target too, which is the funny thing.
Yeah, we stick there. We stick there. I want to see an explosive arrow knock. Come on, Legolas. We'll do your L5C. Not a single hit.
And now he's wielding the M4 like a bow and arrow. That's not how that works. Oh dear. That's a funny bug. He's going to start pulling back on the magazine. Sending M4s down the hill.
Okay. Oh, that's the way you were going. I was like, wait, hold on. Is he just throwing empty magazines or like full magazines at them? No, it's like he's holding the magazine and throwing M4s. Wow.
It would hurt.
Oh, 100%. From that height? Are you crazy? That would get the Illim.
That's a crazy shot from Icy, actually. Oh, they've lost Solke. Solke has been a little bit ineffective.
Yeah,
it was on S2G.
It was cut off by during their rotation. Falcons picked them up, and ever since then they rotated to here, and they've been holding this ground.
It's a weird bug. It's a very weird bug. I love the way that the magazine just magnetically went into the bottom of the M4 there as well.
It's magic. I mean, I could just put it into perspective. Yeah, that might be the weirdest thing that we've seen today, but I don't think it is. To me, the weirdest thing is seeing Skibidi Toilet in PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, definitely odd. I think Regnum Carya is getting obliterated. Yep, Calci has been playing blind on this high ground so far. Really nice stuff.
Yep, not
so
allowing.
Big move over towards the northwest. It's a little bit more difficult now. Do you really want to commit to Everest, or do you want to head towards some of these compounds on the northwest, which can't necessarily hold everyone?
Well, the thing is now with the mountain being towards the south, and then you have the rest of South George Pool in the zone, it is going to be difficult. If it shifts away from the mountain, bruh, Regnum Carya, S2G, and I think even some of the NoisyBoys, because the NoisyBoys are pushing towards Loxy, they're going to be running into quite a lot of problems if the zone does not favor them.
Absolutely. I mean, Beşiktaş has been playing a pretty slow game on the northwest side. XSlay still need to make a decision. I think that they haven't realized the circle has moved here, or what. They don't want to leave this compound so badly.
They're very comfy, okay? They're chilling in there. But they can only chill for so long, and then they'll have to move. I agree, but they shouldn't be waiting until the last possible second. Meanwhile, towards the northeast rather, I'm looking at Fenerbahçe, Simple Domak, and Lux, and I like Ray's where he is now, just checking out, making sure no one's going to come from behind the team. But Falcons and their position, I feel like, is extremely dangerous. I don't know what they can do in the middle there. I feel like they might be exposed to a lot of teams. They do have cover at the moment, but I'm curious as to what kind of cover. Is it vehicles, trees, rocks? How are they able to survive? Actually, I think they're in a shack outside of George Pool. That's what they're held up in.
Yeah, it's not ideal. It's definitely not ideal for Falcons, but it's better than nothing. Right now, if you're XSlay, though, you need to think about cleaning IWNRX. Because I can understand waiting for stage 5 to pop before you make a move. Purely because this is not an easy circle to decide on where to play. It could be northwest, it could be southeast, but it's not a case of, oh, we'll just make a rotate down. It's that decision in that moment is going to change how you play out the rest of the game. Because if this is a southeast shift on the circle and XSlay don't take Everest, then yeah, they're doomed. They're going out fairly early here.
It does seem that way. And the more they wait, the higher the chances of them being eliminated will be. Because those teams are not going to give them any opportunity to step up to the mountain. S2G and Bruh will not give them any quarter. And right now, it seems that we have IWNRX who are stepping up, and it is them and XSlay. Frozen versus Yekta. He stepped up. Oh, he manages to get Yor rather by mistake, and now it's a 1v1 for the last one. Oh, Yekta! That is huge, but can S2G third party, can those nades do some damage?
Oh my god! That is a nade and a half.
But he only gets one. He only gets the elimination onto Yekta. The 3 elims will go the way of IW and RX. But what a well-placed nade. Yeah.
Yeah, you cleaned a lot out of that from that side of the map. I mean, very important for S2G, especially with this circle as well. This is cruel, and it's likely going to end the game way faster than we expected it to do, because it moves down to that southeast side. Like I said, it's very hard to make a proper decision on this game. A little bit more luck than anything. S2G getting kind of torn apart right now by BRA.
I mean, they're driving 2 cars right next to each other. You're making it exceptionally easy to spray. Even I could hit those bullets, and I'm terrible at the game. But yeah, they were exposed, and Fenerbahçe lose 2 members really quickly. That's the third right there. They're gonna have 1 player left. And it's gonna be
He's bringing the hovercraft.
Oh my god, hovercraft on the mountain. This is gonna be... Oh, and he sees it for... Hey, what's up, baby? You good? You having a great time? My team's about to pull up. Are you gonna look at me, or are you gonna look at them? Oh, he comes out at the right time. Person is not able to finish the job. It took a lot longer than it should have. If only the rest of S2G were there, but unfortunately they are not, and so the game gets taken right from between their hands.
Yeah, it's a smart move. It's a smart move in the hovercraft. Place it behind him, and he no longer knows which side to look at.
Yeah.
Hovercrafts are very, very nice at this stage of the game. You can see everyone rotating down to this position. It has just been a long, long queue of players trying to pick up this spot of the map. And all the while, BRA has been like, yep, we're holding the northeast side. We made the right choice.
Yeah, no one's fighting them, but right now, the nades coming out from Jetgo are dealing quite a decent bit of damage onto 4FS. The first one will finally go down. This is going to give them the opportunity to maybe push in, apply a little bit more pressure, but it's all about the nades. They want to try and secure so much damage before they leave the top of this mountain, because the second they do, S2G may come down and take them out. But my lord, those nades, they are not hitting the targets they want them to. Because after all this time, Miramar will get revived. And Jetgo will get no points, no elims, but Ezel will take down Havlik. Boars, all this time they got 3 elims, but they have 2 players left to go.
Jetgo still holding strong here. Your Boars who attempts to make their way up. They got 3 elims this game. It's not too bad, but yeah, this is ending very, very quickly. BRA have had the best time of it ever. I mean, they are just going to get more points off the back of this. Again, this is definitely luck of the draw, but they did play that northeast side fairly well. They have cleaned out the area as much as possible. Some great high ground shots. They've also managed to hold on to a lot of ammo here.
Yeah, they haven't been taking as many shots. They're just waiting towards the final moment of the game, and now Koa, there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, except back to the lobby you go, and Falcons are out. 3rd place, 73, that's where they're going to stay at the end of today. But bro, with the 90 points, keep in mind, it was 104 for Papara SuperMassive, and Papara are not playing this game. Bro is coming for 1st place.
And they're not far behind. Actually, on this game, I think they maybe could overtake, which would be incredible considering Papara SuperMassive's track record today. And that does somewhat come off the back of a 30-point game over on Rondo.
Yep. That was a stellar game, but right now we want to see if they can wrap it up, and here they come for the 3rd party. Kisyu steals the elimination onto 20. They want to take out Jetgo, they want to take out 4FS, and they want to secure this mountain and wrap this game up. Whoever controls the mountain controls this game and will get this dub. Let's see if Kisyu and the rest of BRA Esports can get this job done, can get themselves a back-to-back chicken dinner with a ridiculous amount of eliminations, because they already have 7, but they're setting their sights on more. There's the 8th and Merciless. Here comes the 9th. It's coming from Freedom. And the 10th one will be secured. The second they take down Stalon, and the last member, here comes Symphony, and here he goes back to the lobby. No, my bad. He's putting up a fight, and so is Salem. They take down Kisyu. They take down one of the members for Brock. but might need to do a heck of a lot more because the rest of the squad is here. And they are angry. And they want their points. That is 11.
Yes. Good shots from BRA. I mean, a little bit dicey, but they knew that they need to clean this up very quickly because if they hadn't have finished out that fight as soon as they did, other teams would have been looking to take the throne off their hands. Now you really want to look at 4FS and Boars with teams that are capable to take it to BRA with only the 2 players. Even so, they still hold that high ground. AMZG, 15 bullets in a Groza and a dream.
Let's see if he can make that dream a reality. And let's see if Boars can come back in this game and breathe some life into their continued tournament run. 4 eliminations, 21 points, top 6 in this game. The goal is 30 plus for Boars. And then they are back into the calculations with TNB, XS, everyone from 16th to 11th out for the count. The teams in 18th and 19th not playing this game. This is the free game for them to catch up. Question is, can they do it? Because they have to, here and now. And Kvik is tasked with this 1 elimination that comes at the price of 2 points. If he can manage to secure it, it can do him and the team wonders, but he decides he's going to dip away from this. He cannot take this fight on his own. Does not want to risk it. Because right now, they are the strongest team. Just because of them having 3 players, they're getting closer and closer to the zone now. But of course, with so many solos and duos, it's not going to be an easy task at all. Especially with BRA still on the hunt for the win.
BRA. Pulling around the side, over towards 4FS, Quantum, and Storm left remaining. A real effort from the entire team there as well. 2, 3, 3, and 4 elims apiece. Everyone's been putting in work here, which is nice to see. 4FS trying to come around the side there. I think BRA do have clean sidelines over towards that. Gets a good amount of damage over towards him. Tries to follow Mamodel.
Meanwhile, I think the last member from S2G in HamCG, which is quite a surprise. He's always the first one to go. He's just unlucky. But now it's all on him. What can he do for S2G? How much relief can he provide with the points that you can accumulate in this final game of the day? A chance to maybe catch up to Asgard Esports. Maybe eclipse Regnum and come close enough to Beşiktaş. Fight for the top 5. But yeah, this is... We thought the game was going to end early. I thought the game was going to end early the way that the zone was positioned, but... Nah, now it's coming to a screeching halt.
S2G. Still on the high ground. I mean, S2G's done very well to stay out this long. It's mainly HamZG who's just been playing it very, very safe. We're almost into stage 8 now, 30 seconds away. Hard to see a lot of these players who get towards this end game as they can all play underneath, but as soon as you start to crunch things in further, they'll have to come out into the light. Sadly for BRA, they just don't have the players to spot all the angles right now.
Yeah, that they do not. Just have a look at the rest of the squads. 4FS, 0 eliminations to their name, 30 points, and my god, are they in need of them. But right now with the placements, they should be, I think, 2 points. Yeah, so they're 1 point behind TNB at the moment. So 4FS, they're still very much in the conversation. And Boars are trying to enter this conversation. And in front of him is a Regnum Carya player under the name of Silas. But Silas can do wonders.
It's pretty surprising just how long Silas has been able to live this one out.
Well, not everyone's going to be able to survive until the very end, because right now, 4FS, Mamodel exposed and knocked. BRA, another slobber knocker of a game with the eliminations that they've been securing. And finally, we get the push. SnowX pushes in, gets the elimination. Beşiktaş down. Boars on the rise, on the way up. But keep in mind, they have Silas behind them. They still don't know about that. They haven't peeked back, but the question is, when will Silas himself move? because he also has to. And Hamsi, remember, he's on his own. Nade, decent bit of damage. He peeks, but now it's a 1v2. He does have the high ground. Can he use it? Push this advantage a little bit further and take down the Boars. Switches over. Thanks to S12K, can do it all. But unfortunately, the nade from EXO secures it. Another elim, 6 for Boars. And they are claiming the high ground. Meanwhile, Silas busy with T. Vic taken out by BRA. We have our final 4. And Silas looking to take down T. He wants to get 3rd. He wants a 5th elimination for the team. But T might have a response of his own. He has a nade. Oh, not close enough. He doesn't know exactly where Silas is. But he will get spotted out, and BRA steals that one while Silas was baiting. Meanwhile, Boars are actually able to revive their 3rd player. Can Boars get a chicken dinner in this one? Because if they do, it would be mad. It would be crazy.
Boars now looking to push over. They desperately need this.
That they do.
If they're able to get it, it's going to really help them tomorrow.
Massively. You're talking about 16 plus. You're talking about them making more points than they did in the entirety of day 1 and essentially all of day 2 too. This one game could make up for all of it, but that's exactly what I mean when I say, depending on the qualification level of the competition, one game can still change everything. But BRA are not making it that easy. SnowX with a knock onto Quantum, but not before Quantum is able to get something for himself as well. Second nade! Oh my god, Boars! They may have just gone and done it. And Quick now peeks onto Silas. That somehow has made it all the way to top 2. But now Boars, 3-man stack. Make it 2 as EXO goes down. Beautiful
Come on,
from
Silas.
He could do it all, but it's just too much. And Boars are back, baby. They're back in action, they're back in the calculation, and they're back in the leaderboard. Chicken dinner, 7 eliminations. Never leave them out of it. I told you, Blank. I had a belief. It just required a rehost.
Yeah, the rehost where 2 of them went down into them winning the whole game. It's
That's so broken. That's actually
pretty
so
crazy.
broken.
Pretty
Oh.
crazy. But well played. Well played to Boars. I think they may have just saved their own lives with that. And it puts an S2G now into a bit of a precarious scenario. Considering they had such a strong position up top, I think they got a fair few placement points off the back of it, but Silas would be extremely pleased with how that pans out. They did feel like maybe he could have done it there towards the end versus them with that initial nade, but yeah, it's hard to do when you've got someone playing the front line and then cooking a nade in the back line there with them. Yeah, but well played. Very, very well played to Boars. Good job. Finally, something on the board.
I did not expect them to win it. I did not expect the game to go that way, but the fact that they were able to bring it back last game, talk about a mental reset. Genuinely talk about a mental reset for this team. But the thing is, it's not done. We still have 1 more day. We still have 5 more games to play, and they still have to do it again. They cannot allow the performance that was shown on day 1 and the majority of day 2 to show itself on day 3. We need to see that kind of Boars gameplay. Right now what we're seeing is the MVP for the last game. It is going to be Quantum with 806 damage and the 4 eliminations secured for himself and for BRA. They managed to get 3rd, I believe, with 14 elims in total maybe for that roster. I'll check up on it again. And I don't think they took that first place away from Papara SuperMassive, but they will be close. And right now, SnowX giving us our 3rd 3 grenade eliminations in the game. Kiss you with over 1,000 damage. That's what we expected from BRA because they just once again racked up eliminations. And then, of course,
I think for BRA, they did insanely well from that high ground. So really, really good plays. Some great shots from long range. I think it was inevitable that at some point it was going to come crashing down because they had made a lot of enemies that match. Yeah,
that they really did. And I didn't really expect for BRA S2G to stay on top of the mountain the whole time. I thought BRA at some point would take the fight with S2G and then just take control of the center, but they didn't need to put in any of that risk whatsoever, so they made the best decision possible. It was just a little bit too much pressure on the western side of the mountain. but at least they managed to get themselves top 3. Meanwhile, top 1 ending up with 9 eliminations, so it is going to be 19 points. Keep in mind, I believe they had 16 points coming into this one. So imagine, 7 games, 16 points, and finally on the 8th one, they up and double it. And a little bit more than that too. So yeah, very happy to see that. Yeah, but you know what?
It took a while.
That puts them over it. That puts them over the 16th place. But again, because of now us having not just one incredibly strong team in first place, but also with BRA in the 90s plus, if not, I think they should also reach the 100 mark, if not right on the edge of it. That makes it an extremely top-heavy leaderboard. That's just going to make it an insanely crazy end at the bottom of the leaderboard as well. And I can't wait to show you all exactly what it looks like.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see the overall standings, just to see where things got shaken up. I think we are going to take a look at them shortly. But overall, what a day it's been. There's been some big ups, been some big downs. Rondo's been amazing. We had one insane Rondo where it was all fine. We had one Rondo where people just could not make it happen as the circle was in a really horrible spot of the map. Yeah, we've had it all today. Take a look at some replays as we went through. This nade was disgusting. It popped over the top side from Kelsey into... I don't know where all these players got all these nades from, but I think we must have seen at least 70 nades popped during this game. But there's the match rankings. Boars with 19 points, but BRA managed to tie with them with 14.
Yeah, with the 14 eliminations, Regnum Carya 10 points off the back of Silas making it all the way to the end. S2G 9 points, 4th place. Falcons with the 7 as well. No place for them on top of the mountain, but they are still on the podium for now. I think they're 3rd in the overall ranking. We'll get a look at that later. But the teams that did not manage to get points, XSlay, they had a very good start in day 1. Day 2 just has not been it. And look at that, 1 point difference. Oh my lord. 1 point difference, but they have 5 eliminations more than Papara SuperMassive. This leaderboard's crazy.
Papara SuperMassive is still ahead at the end of the day, so I don't think they're too unhappy with how that went. But BRA, the fact they've caught up is a ginormous achievement from them. Team Falcons still in 3rd place with 73 points. This team just plods on, right? I think that there's some times where we're like, well, that maybe wasn't the greatest of fights in the world. Team Falcons are consistently in the top 5 no matter what happens. And it's an amusing one to me where you look at that, because I think Team Falcons are a worrying team at times. Still, they just are consistent. But Boars in 13th place after that last match, dropping up from 20th. 7 placements going up.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That's what I was waiting to see. The fact that with it being such a crazy leaderboard, because it's 36 points for 13th, but the fact that it's 35 for 3 teams in 14th, 15th, and 16th, and then you see 2-point difference from 18th to 14th. Asgard and Shockwave, again, I can still say it, for Asgard and Shockwave now specifically, a chicken dinner at the start of the day, or it's not even a chicken dinner, I would say a decent game, plus horrible game from all the teams that are above you. This is the formula that you're looking at when you're thinking about how you can make it. Other teams need to perform bad. You need to perform good at the same time. And then that's when you're going to have a couple of switches, which is exactly what Boars are going through. But they're not safe. They're just 2 points off of elimination. They're not safe yet. The job is not done for any of those teams. 5 more games to go. 4 matches in total for every group and for every team. And then we will know who are going to be the 16 teams in the Complex Arena live in Istanbul, in Turkey, playing for the championship, and of course playing to qualify for PMGC. But let's have a look at our daily MVP. 2.5k damage, 15 eliminations with 5 assists. It's none other than Quantum for it had to be someone from BRA. It had to be.
It did. Sorry, I was distracted there for a second. I was waiting for you to stop talking.
Listen, I'm sorry,
yeah,
I talk a lot.
2.5k damage, 15 elims. Very, very cute. I think 1 hour 47 survival time is probably the most impressive stat for him over 5 matches. You surviving at least 20 minutes each match there on average, which is a crazy result from Quantum. But very well played for our daily MVP and very much deserved, even though Papara SuperMassive still were able to get some very big moments. But I think this is kind of crazy on the MVP with 3 players from BRA up there.
Oh my lord, yeah, but it's still a loss from Papara SuperMassive, who reigns supreme with the 4.1k damage and 28 eliminations to his name. 21 for Ezel, 18 for Quantum, 15 for Storm from BRA, and Darken, the lone soldier from Ida, with 19 eliminations, 3.6k damage. And that is a wrap. That's about it for the second day of the competition. It's been quite fun. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, apologies for any delays or any technical difficulties. It was out of our control, but hopefully you stayed entertained with myself and Mr. Blank. It was fun.
Yeah, I mean, we had a good time today. It's been some great games, some really, really fun matches. I think overall it's nice to see some of these Cinderella stories come to light as well. I mean, Boars, less of a Cinderella story and more a massive underboar story. I was kind of surprised they made it up into 13th after that last game. But yeah, with so many points really all crammed at the top of the leaderboard, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Any game tomorrow could shift how things shape up over towards the grand finals. And so excited to see it.
Yep, and I, for one, cannot wait. 5 days down of the group stage and the knockout stage, leaving us with 1 day to go to hopefully wrap it all up. And then we'll wait to see everyone hopefully live in Istanbul and see how exactly things are going to break down. Hopefully they won't break down. And we'll see how things, how the cookie crumbles, who's going to be crowned the champion, who are the 3 teams claiming the spots in the gauntlet. And of course, we'll get a better idea of who's the teams that have the most points in each region, whether it's Eastern Europe, Western Europe, and of course, Turkey, and who will be representing their region, their countries on the international level, playing for those millions of dollars, playing for that coveted trophy. But all of that will be decided in the coming days. So make sure you tune in tomorrow, same place, same time, for the wrap-up of the knockout stage, and we'll find out who are the 16 teams going to be. That's a wrap for today. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Bye-bye.